I believe we are live. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of the Break the Rules stream. I am Lev Polyakov at LevPo on Twitter. We got Giovanni Penicietti all the way live. We got Uberboyo all the way live. Boyo alert, Boyo alert, Boyo alert. It is a great pleasure to have you guys here with me today in the new studio over here. I got all this wall of these black tiles, so hopefully the sound is going to be way better this time around. So we are here to talk about the Metaverse. We are going to have Leonella coming in.
Black cube, Lev? Is that what you got there?
Yes, we have I have a whole line of black cubes over there. They were passed on from my ancestors to me. Finally, when I turned 33, the age of Jesus Christ, when he was crucified, this is when I get my collection of black cubes. That's the real secret.
Worshiping Saturn. Is that what's going on? All right, here we go.
I'm not gonna be spilling any beans. But speaking of Saturn, astrology, all that, I do want to say we are starting off the stream talking about the Metaverse, but also we are going to have Michael Scotto coming in about 2 hours, 6 o'clock, and he's going to be doing some serious astrology for you tonight. So what I request you guys to do right now is, if you want to get your reading done, send us a super chat. And if the super chat is $5 or above, you are going to go into this little table that we have here. But notice it says 1, 2, 3, 4. That basically means that it's 4 positions, not counting Uberboyo, because we're going to get Uberboyo's astrology chart as well. But after Uberboyo, 1, 2, 3, 4 people are going to get their opportunity to have a live reading done by Michael tonight. And all those who do not make it in the top 4, you're going to have your reading done slightly later. We're going to commence a date. But what's important for you to know here is that when you submit the super chat, you can submit another super chat to bump yours up, or you can submit a super chat on behalf of somebody else. So if you have a favorite person that you want to get the fortune read of, who has obviously volunteered with the super chat ahead of time, then you can help bump them up as well. So it's a bit of a competition. Anyway, let's start with Uberboyo, but first, just Uberboyo, tell us, how's everything been going since the last time we spoke?
Flying, man. Things are actually going absolutely fantastic on my part. So right now I'm working on getting more into the narrative side of myself. So I was actually sitting down and scripting out a possibility of doing the Red Book as a film, and I finished a proper draft of the script, and I'm currently working on that at the moment, seeing what it'd be like to bring that to reality and show Jung's experience as opposed to talk about it all the time. So I'm very much looking forward to that. I'm looking to get in that game and try and make that type of stuff. And then on top of that is, yeah, man, just hammering away, just working, talking about what I talk about is the only way I can really say it. I found myself thinking an awful lot about who I'm talking to and why do people listen to me, and I've consolidated around the idea of a lot of people who come to Jung. This is something Jordan Peterson brought up before. I know a lot of people, me and Gio might be contards, and so we love Jordan Peterson, but a lot of people be angry at him.
Shout out to Keith Woods, by the
way. but he said, and I've heard this repeated many times, even by Jung himself, that the people who would come into them for quote unquote therapy would be not most people wouldn't like Jung. You get a lawyer in, and they're just like, nah, not really my thing at all. But you get these small percentages of people, like 10%. Jung used to say he used to get 15% or 10% that he would do actual Jungian therapy on. I pulled those stats out of my ass. It might be 20%. I'm not too sure. Anyway, he would do these do this with them, and most of the rest of the people he would do like Freudian psychology on, like he would do other stuff. And nowadays it's sort of like, most people are going to want cognitive behavioral therapy or talking about stoicism, or maybe talking about just typical psychoanalysis that we understand it as. But there'll be a few people who have this incredibly sophisticated dream life and creative life and all these type of things. And Jordan said, like, you'd notice this, that a few people will come in and have this part of themselves, and he wasn't quite sure how to categorize it. I'm not sure either, but I noticed that that's the type of people I tend to talk to. That's the type of person I am. And it's like, we speak to these type of people, and we see what's going on with them. And so, yeah, I'm thinking an awful lot about that. Like, who is that person, and what's their life like, and why are they listening to me, and why am I talking about this stuff, and what's going on there? So there's the stream of consciousness answer. There you go. Are you happy?
I am ecstatic. And
I gotta say, it's really crazy because for the past like 2-3 months, I've had nothing but Uberboyo YouTube ads. So that's like fucking every time it's like Carl Jung told you to, I'm like, click. I for the record, I watched it all the way through the first time. So I felt I don't know, I couldn't, like, to prove my loyalty by watching them every single time, waiting for another like bushcraft or whatever
Gio,
video.
That's fantastic, but you don't worry about watching them all the way through, because if you click away, that's no problem. They'll stop showing up if you click away. Just keep clicking away and they'll stop showing up. It's no problem.
I
have a tweet for you guys, by the way, that we could discuss. It's very on topic.
Wait, before that, I just want to say two quick things. Number one, I completely forgot to mention, if you want the astrology reading, send me a super chat at LeftPo on Twitter, or on Discord. You could DM me there. But anyway, just and send me your birth date, your birth time, and also birth location. Those are the important things. Anyway, let's see this tweet over here. So what do we got, Gio? What's the first one here?
Yeah, I know Pavel's a great comedy account, but no, I just found this tweet. Let me read it to you.
Okay.
So, oh God. So do you have it up on? Wait, let me check. I'm trying to juggle. Yeah, here we go. So put it up on screen, Lev. If you realize this, but God is a blockchain. Natural laws are compressed algorithms. A soul is your wallet. Wow, that's poetic. The primary token is love. The NFT is love. Your job is at stake in Yield Farm. Yield Farm, I guess it's a crypto thing. Love to increase your stack. Jesus/Buddha are whales who invest early. The rest of us are playing to earn. Wow, that's amazing.
This your neocon ideology deal. What's going on here?
This is the next level. It's like the sort of like late stage neoliberalism meeting like the new like financialization of like NFT baubles that people are consuming.
This is your new ideology for the metaverse. You're going to invite us in. You're going to bring us into Gio's metaverse. We have to chant this every morning. This is the new religion.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of
natural laws, the algorithm.
Speaking of NFTs, by the way, I've gotten really good sales of NFTs recently. I got two that sold for around $4,000 something each, and I recently made a new NFT, which I know, Gio, you've seen it, and thank you for the retweet of it. And it's called Werewolf, but not like WARE, So let's see, I'm going to spotlight it over here so you can take a look. So this is Werewolf. And if you notice, he's got these two poor wolf pups who are wearing...
Did you make this?
Yes, I drew this. So
man, this is good.
Thank you.
Where are they Lev cards? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, these are Lev cards, and you can get them at superrare.com/Lev Polyakov. I'm going to put the link in there right now. So invest in Lev early, because this is all going to grow. But these wolf
go for
pups,
you, man. That's
thank
fucking
you.
Class.
So
really
these
these are really nice.
Thank you. So these wolf pups over here, there is sort of like somebody commented that there's a sacrificial theme going on here, and in a way it is. Like this bowl over here, which also has this very sad look on his face, this mustache guy over here.
Who's the guy in the background? He's like...
Well, these are the hill people. I don't remember exactly what I called them.
He's like, it's like one of those like Ren and Stimpy, like John Kay style characters.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. Yeah, it's a very inspirational style. But
like,
these hill people.
Do you remember that short with the cat?
The cat.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember the cat exactly. But these hill people, you were asking me who these hill people are. So my whole idea is that in the wintertime, it gets really cold. So you have to cover up the hills, or rather the hills, they order smaller creatures to knit sweaters for them, and they put the sweaters on the hill people so they can be warm during the wintertime. And there's like a whole mythology that I created with what ends up happening. Then the smaller creatures end up eating the husks of those sweaters, when it starts getting warmer. So it's sustenance to these creatures as well. But they're looking at the what's going on with these these two wolf pups. And the wolf pups, if you notice, they're wearing these pink diapers. So in a way, like, even though I want this to be Blind Man and the Elephant sort of thing, I want people to have their own conclusions. Well, actually, Uberboyo, why do you think it is? Why do you think these wolf pups over here, one is black, one is white, you know, kind of like that meme, inside of you are two wolves? But why do you think that they're wearing these pink diapers? And why do you think they're on top of this kind of like sacrificial vessel with blood in the middle of it there, which is also sad? I don't know. What do you make of it?
Well, all right. If we're going to do Jungian therapy on this,
yes,
we'd need to know a little bit more about yourself. This is where astrology for men comes in. All right. So we need to know a little bit more about what free associations would come to mind. So if you're looking at these two wolves of ours, like what pops up in Lev's mind? Do you get any flashes of being in the past, wrestling with your dogs? Do you think of the yin yang symbol? This is what popping into my mind. Do you get any images? What about pink diapers? Did your mom stick on a pink diaper and say, we've got this new woke ideology that my friend Gio told me about that we're going to install in?
Well, what's funny is that in Russia, like in Soviet Russia, we didn't have any diapers. So we had to make like makeshift diapers. But no, I mean, the real reason why I drew those wolves inside the pink diapers, it has to do with this whole, you know, like the whole baby fur phenomenon that is experienced today by these furry people. You know what I mean? Like where they would take all of these images that used to just be in our cartoons and how they would kind of like desecrate them, like they would destroy the innocence of these poor, creatures and just turn it into this fetishistic thing. So in a way, this drawing of mine, this werewolf, is kind of like a sacrifice going on, kind of like going back to Moloch, you know what I mean? Like, it's a similar thing, but today the sacrifice does have to do with these whole strange internet fetishes that start growing online, much like the baby fur, which is why we have these wolves kind of like representing the whole baby fur thing.
Oh. Anyways, go ahead.
It actually sort of reminds me something that you just said there of something I always hear meme analysis talk about, where the digital anima machina, the force of the sponge, the web of the internet is sucking in your libido and getting you to obsess over things like this. It's very much like what you see happening is stuff like this going on. So yeah, see, maybe that's what you're tapping into. Maybe you're a propagandist rebel taking on the wokes, as they say. So
yeah, the wolf has a lot of traction in internet culture. Like even like back in like the early millennial meme days, you had like the three wolf shirt, that like very one-dimensional meme stuff. But now like inside you there are two wolves, and I don't know.
I also had this friend of mine back in SVA. She was a furry and she was very much into drawing the wolves. And what's so funny? What's so funny?
I had a friend in SVA who was a furry. Wow, shocker.
And I remember one time she was we had
time for a bit of the bubbly.
We had a storyboard class, and she drew these wolf furries that were at a party, and I looked at it and said,
obviously.
Yeah, I looked at it and said, oh wow, it's a bunch of furries.
What was that one? And the diaper fur comic. Remember, Lev?
Why do you say remember, Lev? As if I was supposed to be a historian.
Meme. This is like Encyclopedia Dramatica. God, what were they called? The comic. It was like, never mind. I'm just releasing an egregore here. It's not. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, best keep that wolf in its cage. But anyway, she got so upset at me for commenting that it was and I didn't really mean anything bad by it. I was just like, it's a party full of furries. And it's like, I think that there was a bit of insecurity going on at that point with her.
It was a pack of furries, Lev.
Yeah, pack of furries, exactly. Where it did become something very sacred to her, just like when we had, as you know, probably Uberboyo, when we had a pack of furries on, we had to keep repeating that story.
I have a confession.
Yes, you're a furry.
I don't really know what furries are. I'm not all up with the
Okay,
kids.
Gio.
Gio. Bro. Oh no.
It's your time to shine.
Is this more neocon lingo? Is this more contard lingo that I'm not up to?
There's probably a bunch of neocons who are closet furries.
I guess they've only had the internet in Ireland for so long, maybe. It was pretty.
All right.
Yeah, when I grew up in Limerick, it was the only thing worse than being in Limerick in Ireland is growing up Catholic and Legmark. So that was from Angela's Ashes. That
The punches are getting pulled. I see. All right. The punches aren't getting
no,
pulled.
the furries are they have this like weird Pygmalion, like they dress up in fursuits and they go to conventions. And you've probably seen the fursuits.
I'm gonna look it up while you're talking.
And they like, yeah, they have some kind of weird like, well, they try to deny it, but it is some kind of psychosexual animism going on, I think, in my opinion. But it's like a huge.
This looks like it's a great lead into the idea of the metaverse. Because
absolutely,
yeah.
Like
you could be a furry in the metaverse. Yeah.
What these people are doing is choosing an identity in response to modernity. They're creating their own identity and they're personifying it and actually going and living in the real world. So they're just acting like animals. Man, this is based like.
They're not based. They're the furthest thing from it.
Well, they're personifying it. They're personifying it.
Well, a lot of them like they have a weird like identity complex and the one thing I remember we after the furry stream, which went kind of bad, was
very bad.
They kept, one of them admitted that a lot of them are Satanists. And I remember my good friend 0HP Lovecraft said to me in the replies, he's like, you mean to tell me that people that want to escape like the embodied human are satanic? I mean, come on. So I thought that was a clever retort. But no, yeah, furries, they're a huge subculture. They a lot of them are kind of like transhumanists. Like a lot of them are like ingratiated in like far left politics, like as opposed to like anime people where like there are like a lot of leftoids that are into anime, but there's like a lot of people like on the far right. But for some reason, furries, they're almost exclusively of like the certain, what would be like a vulgarized term? Like I guess SJW left, like for some reason, I don't know. Like it's
there's a lot of let's say much more. I wouldn't say necessarily just childish, kind of like delayed aging going on with a lot of the themes in the furry culture, because even the characters themselves, they don't look like. Let's say you could have something like Black Sad, which I think goes beyond the furry stereotype, even though it's still kind of considered to be within the furry universe. Black Sad is this comic. I think it's a Spanish comic. I'm not exactly sure. And Spanish author Juan Diaz Canales, that's the writer, and Juanjo Guarindo. So I could show you some illustrations where you could see like this is incredibly well drawn. You know, like it's very beautiful stuff. It would still kind of be considered furry, but it's a lot more kind of like if Disney were to do kind of like a Zootopia kind of thing. You see,
they have like an etiquette of like interacting with each other too that is very much like. I guess you would say like trying to like LARP as a very like anthropomorphized, like idealistic Rousseauian picture of animals, of animal nature, which I guess you could say is like a form of like trying to escape modernity, although very.
All right, that's actually a great lead in because it's something I've thought about an awful lot with the metaverse. That I years ago, you want to talk about doing Jung, and I've talked about this lots. So years ago, I was. Reading Jung, and I was more reading Jung trying to find out practical stuff that I could get out of him. As I said before, I would have that like highly tilted creative mind. I would be high in openness and just genuinely always dreaming and thinking about this stuff. And so, but it'd also be somewhat cynical. Like I'd be a little bit kind of blunt realist, and I wouldn't sit there and just read through Jung for a theoretical sake. Like I'd always go in and be like, where can I get something that's practical and real out of this? And so I was always very, very honed in on procedures. I was very much a more procedure than a theory guy. And Jung's hardly like, you know, the most grounded stuff ever. So it's like you have to really dig. I found the idea of dream reading, and he said something along the lines of like, you can individuate your dream reading. I had no idea what individuation was, but I said I'd do the dream reading thing. So what I did is I sat down and I actually fucking went for it. I like recorded 200 of my dreams and did it the way that he said. And so what he said you do is you sort of take the dreams and then you look at the dreams and you cross-analyze them and try to find meta patterns within the dreams, super patterns within the dreams. So it's almost like you can imagine you've got a load of Hollywood guys producing films in your head every night. And then you're supposed to take all these films and cross-analyze the films and diagnose the society that the films came out of as a consequence of this. And so you're looking for the themes, you know, what does Superman represent represent in the Marvel universe? What does the hero represent in the Marvel universe? What's the good guy? What's the bad guy? What is Thanos? All this type of stuff. You do this sort of with your own dreams. So I did it, and loads of things came up. Loads of really fascinating things came up. And I think the most fascinating thing of all is that there was a distinct order to them. Like, these things were definitely talking in their own way. That's probably the thing that floored me the most, is that over the course of several dreams, they would almost do like a little movie series, and you'd get ones that would sort of string together in a strange way. It's very surreal. Now, a lot of it sometimes was a little bit chaotic and crazy and hard to make sense of it all, and you're like, what the fuck am I doing? But other parts of it were very, very contingent and coherent. And out of that came certain ideas, certain really, really big theses kind of popped out of that. And it taught me to think in a way that's I didn't have before. It was like I learned how to think in pictures properly for the first time in my life. And it's surreal how strange you can think then. It's almost like you think quicker when you can do this. I don't know how to describe it, but it was a phenomenal thing. And out of that came, I was trying to turn it on to a big story. And the big story, it's, when you're making a big story, you always want to find a villain. And so the problem I had is like, all right, how do I find a villain? What do I do? So I took all the dreams and I tried to look for the negative, shadowy characters and aspects in all the dreams. And I started to take out all their little pieces, and you'd have like, spindly spider hands in one and a giant spider in another. And you'd have, did you ever hear of Eric Scissorhands in another one? And you'd have these beasts that live inside your dreams, and aliens, the alien, stuff like this. And I I took them all and cross-analyzed them and turned them into this meta character I called mcka. Later I talked to Meme Analysis, and he brings up digital anima, and it's like the same archetype, if you want to put it this way. I come up with this idea, and I sit down and I'm like looking at this. This is just the weirdest stuff to do. Like, it's pretty surreal, but this is the type of shit I was up to, and it was really working for me. And I sit down and I look at this, and it's almost like this thing is alive. It's like when you read a really good book and a character is well written and it explodes in your imagination and you can't stop thinking about the character. It's just such a big idea. So this was like this. I was thinking about this fucking spidery, effeminate monster being that lived in the astral plane and haunted everybody through their dreams all the time. And this character lived in everybody's dreams. And I started to realize that this character was like some way tangentially related to Satan, and she was stuck in the astral plane, and she was trying to get out of the astral plane and get into all the people inside my story. And then it was almost like a parasite, worm her way inside the minds of the people. She'd get in the dreams of the people and possess them with ideas and make them change reality in order to create her desire or something like this. And she was actually trying to eat them, is what I realized. So she was trying to dive into reality, possess people full of their dreams, and drag them towards a plan. Now, this plan was she wanted to build a spaceship in the future, right? And what she was going to do with this spaceship is she was going to fill everybody's ideas with a dream of escaping reality, right? And she was going to fill everybody's ideas with this feeling inside of them that evil and suffering and violence and pain is wrong and evil and it shouldn't exist. And she's going to, if they are going to go to build this future, do this thing, do this great project where they build this beautiful machine, and they'll all line up at the end of it. And it's like, do you know the UFO myth? They'll walk into the machine and their consciousness will be uploaded and it will be heaven, and they'll all zap themselves into it. And so what happens is that happens. Everybody like builds, they reorganize society to create this beautiful machine where they create a thing that everybody walks into where there's no pain and no suffering ever again. And it's like this heaven thing. And they all line up and they step into it and they walk into it one by one by one by one. And I'm like, like seeing this in my head. And as they all walk into it, they all zap up. And out of just when the last person goes in, all of a sudden it all changes and this like dark feeling comes over it. You realize, oh my God, that wasn't, they just built mcka, and then they built a spider and they walked into the spider's mouth. The spider ate them and digested them, and then it gave birth to her, which was sort of the Antichrist. It gave birth to the bad guy, and then the sort of dream story stopped there. And I was like, oh my God, what the fuck? Like, that's so strange. And it stuck in my head for ages, like a little myth. It's like a little Greek myth that popped out of my head. And I for like a couple of years then afterwards, this was like years ago, I would start to notice, this is like, a little bit schizo, but I'd noticed that I was like, people are actually possessed by mcka in ways, because you can see it from the way they talk. They talk almost like there's this naive hate for the violent real world. Now, I'd see it particularly in tech people. I found it very surreal. Yeah. This is blending this weird dream project I was doing in reality. And so I talked to people who were big into Silicon Valley. I talked to all sorts of things. And I talked to them and they'd say stuff to me like, the world is evil. It's like Gnosticism, but in their own way. The world is evil, and the suffering and inequality in the world doesn't need to be here. Like, we'll figure out technology that will get rid of this, and we'll figure out a way to get rid of violence, and we'll figure out a way to get rid of unfairness. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a reality, a realm where pure compassion can happen between us, and we can all experience each other as
it's an algorithm to crack.
Pure perfect beings, and we'll get rid of the reality problem, because reality is where all the evil happens. And in fact, the body is probably the most grounded and serious problem, because in the body you have all the limitations. You have inequality in how muscly you are and how handsome you are.
Wants and
it's all in the body. All your passions and the desires is in the body, and the body is the obstacle, and the mind, the being of light that you are, is in here, and this is trying to escape. And so what we'll do is we'll make tech that, first of all, society is going to get reorganized, so they all talk about that, but then it gets more extreme. They talk about virtual reality. They talk about creating these machines that we go into, and I'm sitting here and I'm being like, what the fuck? This is like the story from my dreams. Why are people talking like this? And they say, yeah, we're going to make this realm that we'll go into, and it will allow you to lift your spirit out of the world, and eventually you'll upload your consciousness into it, and then you'll escape the pain of life. You'll escape the problems of life, and evil will be defeated forever, and we'll all enter the kingdom of heaven. And then what I started to see is like, it's Christianity, actually, because it's like the same, it's a sort of shadow Christianity, because it's like the same myth as the rapture. It's the same story. The world is fallen, and at the end of time, we will all be lifted up into the kingdom of heaven. And then what I started to notice, this is, once I started to realize this, I realized that what happens in Christianity is the good people get taken up into the kingdom of heaven, but the bad people go into the lake of fire. And I started to see this as well. The people in the tech world would say those who are not on board are part of the problem. They're part of evil. They're the bad people, and they need to be cast out. They need to be pushed out of this, and they need to be ended and destroyed. They need to be got rid of. They need to be cast into the lake of fire. They're the demons. They're the demons holding us down in this Gnostic prison. They're members of the demiurge, and we need to escape this and go to this. What we're going to do is we're going to build this great machine that will set us free, and we're going to code it with our values and our desires for equality and compassion and ever living ability to be souls of light that we can all live inside of, and we're all going to charge towards it. And I was like, all right, this is starting to get a bit surreal, like talking to these people and all this type of stuff. And so I kind of like step back from it a bit, but all of a sudden then Mark Zuckerberg, our most favorite guy who runs Facebook, drops down there a couple of days ago and says, yo guys, I just built a machine that we can all enter into, and we can be whoever we want inside of it, and there'll be we'll be able to go all across the world all at the same time and do whatever we want. And I don't know, guys, I don't know, maybe I've been drinking, maybe the Irishman's been drinking too much whiskey. But
have you seen by the way? Have you seen by the way them talking about what the word meta means in Hebrew? That it means death.
Well, there you go.
Holy shit! What do you think about that, lads?
The land of the dead.
Lev, you should know, Lev.
Well, I got to brush up on my Hebrew, but first I have another thing that I would love for you to quickly analyze.
It's funny, when you were talking about your dream, I was tripping out because, like, at the same time I'm listening to that one album, what's it called, Anabasis by Dead Can Dance. So it's like I'm fucked. Wow. I think they're Irish too, if I recall. I don't know.
Thank God, by the way, that
my mind is just like, holy crap. I didn't have a body experience.
Synchronistic moment. There we go. We're going young, man.
So here's what I wanna ask you, Uberboyo. I'm gonna show you two pictures, and I would love for you to tell me if you see a difference between the two of them. So this over here, this is an image from Black Sad, which I mentioned before about this detective cat. And this second image over here, this is of the brown-nosed pup Messy Tails, which I also have behind me over here. So I'm curious, do you see a difference between B and A as far as what emotions do you have when you see this one over here versus that one? And I think this
I like the first one way more. I think it looks more classy. It's got a clear.
Well, obviously, I mean,
it's speaking to a sort of archetype of how you'd like to see yourself, I guess, in some sense. Maybe it's speaking to those old, outdated masculine desires to come across as a sort of straight-shouldered, upright man with the doting, feminine, glorious entity that's like sitting in front of you, and it seems like they're a team. I like that vibe. Whereas the second one, I don't know. He seems just a little bit malformed.
Shitty.
Shitty, isn't he?
Well, Gio, could you tell?
Messy Tail. God.
Tell Uberboyo who Messy Tail is.
You know what's funny?
Well, I gotta close my window here.
I was recording episode with Joel and Famestar, and Joel's like, "Well, Gio, you're like the mystic of the internet lore." So Messy Tales. Now I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe not. But okay, Messy Tales was this infamous internet poster. I think on Twitter or people on 4chan discovered him. He was a furry that would had a coprophagist thing going on.
What's coprophagist? Jesus, Gio, you're pulling like that's dictionary level shit. What's that mean?
Literally eating and being obsessed with his own eliminations, if you will. So Messy Tales became quite infamous, and the rumor was that Messy Tales died from some infection, but that was all bullshit. Apparently, Messy Tales was some I think from Germany or something or
well, that explains it. I mean,
oh yeah, I know the German scat. Not Germany. I think it was either the UK or Germany. Ended up in a mental institution or something, and people discovered that it was legit. This person was into coprophagia. So Justin Wang has 2 or 3 videos on Messy Tales.
And the background behind me here, this is what I call it's Messy Tales, but I call it the fertile textile, because it's like a tile, a furry tile with a cowboy hat. Good day, y'all.
I know it smelled crazy in there.
Yes, exactly. No, but the reason why I brought those 2 images up is because in Messy Tales, I see this being very similar for all those fursuits, the image that I showed you earlier, Uberboyo, where there seems to be something very baby-like, something very, very immature about how they depict these animals.
You would poetically describe what it was like to eat his own shit on Twitter. It was hilarious.
But I wonder if there is something to that, not so much the coprophilia, but more about this very baby-like nature of how they represent themselves, and if that may be where humanity is headed when it comes to how you would be in the metaverse. Because in a way, it seems like a lot of these movements end up going into this very childlike state, as opposed to being a little bit more sophisticated, let's say.
Again, this is so surreal. I don't know actually how to describe how strange this was, but so then I'm giving away this is definitely, I'm gonna have to turn this into a film at some point. But then what happened was I was keep on working with this problem, because obviously you want to be a hero to work through this thing where you're fighting against mcka. And so I started to come across this problem where I was trying to figure out how I can beat her. So I had to run down into the underworld and defeat this antichrist entity that had now been born. And this is my little fucking Boyo quest, if you want to put it this way. And eventually you do all the rigmarole and you confront her and you get her. And I attack her and I get this axe and I crack her in half. And it splits open her chest. She's the Antichrist thing, whatever it is. I split open its chest. The spider cracks in half and opens up, and it's destroyed. And what was inside mcka was a wounded child, frozen in time, crying because he had been hurt. He was stuck. It was the pain of life had struck mcka long ago and hurt her. And so she had built this callus, this exoskeleton of manipulations and machinations in order to manage and control and solve the riddle of the world. And I didn't think much. I didn't know what to make of it, but it hit me as really profound at the time. But as I started to get into therapy later in my life, I started to see something absolutely fucking surreal. When you're working with someone who's got a problem with, did you ever hear about the child abuse thing? The world, The Shining. Did you ever hear about that?
Yeah.
The reason why, it's because when you abuse a kid, this is dark shit, but when you abuse a kid, it causes them to change. It does something to them. They gain the ability to shine. Now, this is actually very, very grounded and well studied, that when a kid gets traumatized in whatever facility that will be, they're more likely to be, for example, creative. Because what happens is when something bad happens to you, you need to use your imagination to figure out what to do. And your imagination is geared, your right hemisphere, whatever it is, it's geared more towards chaos. And so by hurting something, you switch on its innovation in some sense. You make it shine. You switch on its more higher capacities and higher powers. And when something bad happens to you, when you get traumatized, you begin to machinate. You begin to try figure out how to solve the problem. When you're in pain, when you're suffering, you try to find a reason for why you suffer. Nietzsche talked about this. It's with a why you can overcome any how. What's the cause of your suffering? To live is to suffer. To survive is to find meaning in the suffering. And so the most basic problem of life is suffering. This is what Buddha and all them would say, and we get traumatized all the time by reality. It's like it's literally like hell in many ways. And in this state of suffering, your mind begins to whiz. It begins to say to itself, why, what's happening, what's going on. You rationalize and you craft, and you can do stuff where you recreate yourself. You can machinate and reimagine and reshape yourself and create a whole new reality in your head. This is exactly what mcka did. She created a whole new reality and sucked everyone into it and ate them. This is what people do when we are in pain with the world around us. We create a whole new reality. We build these whole new tech machines based on values that we'd like the world to operate, based on the principle, the neocon geo universal principles that he wants, the algorithm that he plugs into this reality. So we can go into those. So everybody's safe, and there's always compassion, and there's always all these type of things. And this is fascinating. Then when you talk to these people, they're hyper animated, and they actually have an animus against reality. They say, fuck reality. We're going to reshape. We're going to use tech to overcome reality. Do you know what that sounds like? That sounds like Lucifer. That sounds like Lucifer breaking free from God and says, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. We're going to overcome reality. We're going to create our new craft, our new vision, our new world. And what happens then is that you have all these opportunities to recreate a world, escape into a different world. And over time, you begin to try to escape and maybe even leave the old world that you were. So this is what happens with trauma-based mind control and schizophrenia. You can actually you can go in, you can sit someone down, and you can talk to them and get them in a headspace, and you can begin to hurt them until they start to create a alternate personality in order to deal with the pain, to create a separate personality. And then you can start to separate them out, like you're splitting a bubble. And then you have two personalities. And the theory goes that the second personality would be activated by a certain, like you'd maybe electrocute them or something like that. And then the second personality would be activated, and they could be an assassin or something like this. So this person could go around being a normal person, and then you electrocute them, and then boom, they turn into the assassin, like Derek Zoolander did, and stuff like this. And this is like, this is real. Like you traumatize someone, and this is where a lot of psychosis and schizophrenia and problems come from. It was deep down at the very bottom of it. Something happened to you that made you try to understand yourself in a different way, to recreate yourself. But it's almost like you're like an egg that tried to split. You couldn't do it properly. And so it's like you're caught between two worlds. Maybe because it's a false world you're trying to escape into. You're trying to leave your body. It's like your soul's trying to exit your body, and it can't be done. Or maybe it's a thing where you just didn't do it enough, and so you haven't gone into it. And what you see now with the whole metaverse thing is that it's literally like the psychosis of pain, that the psychosis that comes as a consequence of the suffering of reality. People are now literally getting sophisticated enough and explicit enough that they can escape into it. And what they're trying to be reborn as, think about this, what they're trying to be reborn as is a fucking child. They want a new beginning. That's what a child is. They want to reimagine themselves as a fresh start so they can go through it all again. The precise problem is the wounded experience they had as a child. To be traumatized as a child is such a problem. Well, and now they're going through the full cycle in order to claim redemption over it. The same way as when you have a kid, often it can be very healing for a lot of parents to have a kid, and sometimes because it justifies their lives in a way. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily healthy, but it can certainly have that effect because it's like the creation of new life and a justification for the struggles they went through.
Yeah, well, like you were saying about child abuse, like that's proven. I think they call it psychological splitting, psychological mirroring. A lot of like in for example, when they take children who went through that one event in the 20th century that I can't name on YouTube, that certain how much does a hollow whatever, the children that was that stupid meme, how much does a hollow cost, right? So anyways, the children, they've often they'll create like some kind of like mythological monster or something to sort of it's like a weird form of wish fulfillment where the sort of the persona that they create, or like sort of the citadel of their real self, is imbued with this sort of power that is sort of like a vanquishing thing. And even like before, in a lot of mythologies throughout the world, from Japan to certain indigenous mythologies in Australia and here, they have this connection between either dead children or abused children and certain egregores or mythological creatures that arise out of that trauma. Like in Japan, they have a lot of different like a lot of what's the word for it? The kabuki demons that you see in ukiyo woodcuts.
Don't they have some people don those costumes and scare the little kids as part of some ritual?
Yeah, because there they have like a reverse, like certain demons like actually protect children rather than like consume them like here. So, but the relation to transhumanism, it's very funny. Like we've had like even guests in the show who are like transhumanists that talk about the elimination of suffering, and like you can
and we will have one, by the way. Somebody was saying over here, BTR with Uberboyo, no women inside, pure bliss. Well, guess what? Guess what, bitch? We're gonna have Leonella coming on a little bit later, and
I think like the like the detachment from worldly concerns of like pain and suffering and the sort of machinations of the body that provoke things like war and conflict and abuse and so forth. Like if it comes, like you could say it comes from a terminal Western like sort of decadence. And there was this tweet that became viral when Zuck announced the Metaverse, where I think it said something along the lines of, imagine having so much worldly wealth and possessions that literally nothing entertains you to the point where you have to create this like false Gnostic virtual reality in order to manipulate the sort of sensory experience of most people to such a degree that you become this like abraxic Gnostic figure. And I thought that was crazy because it is very much like a Silicon Valley ideology that's like we have to sort of, it's like when Ray Kurzweil says, I haven't created God yet. It's like,
that's
there's so much assumptions there.
Again, like that was so surreal for me because it was like the same thing in the mcka plot where everybody thought they were creating heaven, but then when they walked in, it was literally the opposite. It was hell. It was the shadow heaven, and they all thought it to be this glorious. Because it's like, even think of the communist thing. This is where maybe the communist experiment happened in a lower resolution form of what happened there. So everybody thought that they were entering the utopia, which is the kingdom of heaven. That's the archetype. And when they enter in the kingdom, they have the Bolshevik Revolution. When they walk into the kingdom of heaven, and they actually go and conduct the need to create equality. The problem is that it's just so incongruent that it's like Lucifer's pandemonium, and so it turns into hell almost immediately. It turns into butchery. They think they're creating God, but they create the devil. That's literally that's what I'm talking about. The whole we're gonna make an AI machine, and it's like, no, bro, like I don't know about that stuff at all. And it's very, very fascinating. And the causes of this, like how far you can trace back the causal meanings of this is really it's quite strange. Is it a cause of post-modernity? Do you bring it back to the sort of foundation of Western myth and maybe what happened with World War II and all this stuff, or do you go even further back to Christianity? Like World War II and the Holocaust and all that stuff is a trauma, and the decision that you make after a trauma is, as I said, after a trauma is the rational decision most people will make is that they want to escape to a new way of doing things. And after World War II, there was loads of talk about like we have to do things a new way. Nuclear weapons mean we have to get rid of our old way of doing things, and there was a rising of a new set of values and a new vision of the world. And is that the source of what we're living through now? Is that was that the foundation pivot that created the transhuman experiment, or was that a later thing?
It is like
does it go back? Because remember, I keep on alluding to Christianity. There's also a possibility to look at, the crucifix as the trauma that was like, this is very Nietzschean kind of take, but the trauma that was injected into a clear conscience Roman master morality that made them aware of the fact that they create suffering and cause suffering, and made them think, right, we need to reform society and do society a new way under new moral principles, which is the Christian success, which they actually pulled off. And are we now coming towards the close of that cycle as well? Maybe that's it, or maybe it's even older than that. Maybe it's just the sort of human condition empowered by technology fulfilling its instincts in an absolute sense. Very interesting.
I have a question here, and I know that Gio and all the Christians are going to hate me for asking this, but to what extent was it pulled off and wasn't it pulled off? Because if you compare, let's say, genteel society in Europe around like 1800s, 1900s to things that happened, let's say, with early Christianity, the various wars that were fought, there is a stark difference between the two. Obviously, there's still a fair share of violence in the second one, so you could use that as an argument to say that Christianity did have a big role to play in kind of like the domestication of the human animal. But at the same time, I don't know, how much was that due specifically to Christianity as opposed to there being, I don't know, more creature comforts at the time when people did not see as much of a need to tear each other into pieces, except for when the Great War started and then World War II. Like, I'm always fascinated by that question. Like, what was the impetus?
What do you mean by domestication? You mean like... Are you
well,
like
the
going
same
going
way,
Varge pilled on us?
The same
Are you
way
saying that agriculture has Christianity and agriculture has been inflicted on us by.
Well, no, because there was agriculture before. But if you compare, let's say, I was bringing up the Japanese earlier on the stream where I was talking about how, let's say, very let's say, ecstatic the Japanese were at committing things that we would consider today to be absolute war crimes. And you cannot compare the Japanese people who are alive today to the Japanese people who were active in the war back then. There was a stark difference in how they acted. Or even the samurai who were allowed to just chop the heads off whoever they wanted.
So many of even the conceptions you're talking about there, like you could say the sensibilities, like for example, the concept of war crime, the concept of genocide didn't exist before World War II, really.
No.
Like it's not a tangible concept. It's from history. It's something that was invented as a consequence of the trauma. You know, those
the British literally invented it, by the way, with the Boers in South Africa.
The blunt horror of like, you know, and the pain and the suffering and all, whatever you want to call it, creates a response always. And so people formulate things. And so the concept of a war crime, you know, like all these things, these are consequences of that trauma in World War II. Like that's where it comes from. So if you're judging Christianity, like you're judging like an older era, but Christianity did many things that were very similar. Like, for example, this is very Nietzschean, like a lot of people might be angry at it, but the thesis is the Romans had a clear conscience master morality, and Christianity is whatever it is, it installs guilt inside of them that makes them aware that they killed God. You killed God, you fools. What have you done? You've murdered the fucking Lord of the earth. What have you done? And this creates, and like, he was a good dude. He came down and he was a nice guy. He just carried just telling people to love each other and all this stuff, and you murdered him, you fucking sacks. And then this causes a blunt horror and pain inside of people. And so they come up with new sensibilities. It's wrong to do many things. Mercy becomes far more, it raises far higher in the hierarchy than it was before. It was a sort of pagan, placed in the pagan hierarchy, but not at the top. It starts to like really get close to the top. Different values start to get jostled around. Nietzsche would call this a slave revolt in morality. This is precisely what he'd be saying. But you could understand the reason why it had so much power, because it's not an intellectual thing. People didn't turn around and be like, well, like, let's just logically. It was more like the blunt trauma of Christ's death sets forth a precedent. And people, like even Jung would say this, the point of Christ is that he breaks your heart. Like, you have to sit down and acknowledge what he is, and you can never move forward without acknowledging what it is. It's like the first time man became conscious of his power of suffering and what he causes to the victims. He became empathetic for the first time or something like this. He went from being a predator to being aware of his prey or something like this. Now, does this mean that it got rid of all these things? Like, definitely not. These projects are very, very complicated, but it did perhaps create a self-awareness, and it did certainly create a response. It certainly created a response, and it changed the way people value things. And then, of course, like recently, a lot of that stuff happened as well. As I said, with World War II, it was so significant that people got all sorts of interesting sensibilities. Like, you cannot go to war anymore. Like that's literally a mythos based on what happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Like, this is it, you know. Like, that's it.
You can. You just have to call it a police action, and then.
Well, the thing is, some would argue. I remember De Juvenal would argue in his book on power that the Romans actually didn't have like they had a Pax Romana, but they didn't have like a unifying thesis the way that Christendom did. And he said because they were like not necessarily like our modern conception of multiculturalism, but they sort of like kind of allowed you to practice your old gods, that they didn't like totally like, you know. But then like later on, the Romans, they sort of like They in the East, not in the East, in the West, they sort of like lost their way, and then Christianity was just ripe to come in and create a more lasting meta narrative than Pax Romana, because near sort of like the era of decadence, like again, this is very Spinglerian, but it reminds me of what you were saying about the cross and the Holocaust. I remember that our good friend Owen Cyclops had this one tweet, which is really like, not to like, I should preface this by having like a cautionary thing. I don't mean to be like total Wignat or whatever, but like, I mean, I even hate that word Wignat. I think it's stupid now. I mean, not to go totally white nationalist on you, but like, he was talking in this tweet, he was talking about Holocaust theology and how like it's a legitimate concept, and how sort of that particular event in the 20th century has informed every single decision that we've made in sort of like liberal modernity for the past like 70, 80 years. Has it been 80 years, Lev? Almost, give or take.
I know, but like, what, can you give me an example? Like, what kind of decision?
Well, like he said, like from literally like the toothpaste we buy to like the political decisions we make is informed by this mass like tearing of the collective like European psyche in that particular event in World War II. And it's like every sort of decision we make and every assumption we have about the nature of like political discourse, for instance, is to like ward off this specter that is hanging over civilization, for right or for wrong. Because of course, if you're on the far right, if you're like a white nationalist, you would say that certain people, they've inflicted this for a variety of nefarious political reasons. But the sort of image of the cross that you mentioned, Uberboyo, it reminds me of what John David Ebert says in his book Art After Metaphysics, talking about, and this book really changed my life when I discovered it years ago as an art critic. He talked about Zdzisław Beskiński's paintings of the cross and a lot of his mythical, terrifying, fantastical, surrealist images. There was always the cross that was in a position of degradation or in a position of decay, and sort of like the cross as a meta symbol in the psyche of most of the European civilization has entered a state of collapse and post-apocalyptic withering. And like, for example, like you have like a battle scene, and it's funny because Beskiński, he painted this one scene that your dream reminded me of, where it was, I think it was also in a scene in the Gita where like Arjuna or like Krishna like swallows all the warriors, where this terrible head is swallowing these spider people rushing into its mouth. And it's like yeah. Like if you're a fan of Beskiński, and it just, that reminds me of it. So it is funny how it is civilization. And I think even Jung, like he alluded to this in his one, I have it over here, Civilization and Transition. I could look up the specific essay, but he talks about sort of the symbol of the cross as being like this waypoint, right?
So I know what you're getting at. It's a really interesting point. And again, this is there's so many fascinating things that come out of this. So one of them, for example, is don't think of the cross. Think of and it's a very young Cook take, but like, think of the archetype of the savior. Think of the archetype of the savior. So the cross is symbolic of what will save us. The Jews would have the Moshiach, which is not. They don't believe the cross. They literally believe the cross won't save them. That's the thesis. Yeah. But they're still looking for someone to save them.
As they should.
as Isaiah would say, like the Moshiach will come, and for the Christians that was Jesus, and then for the Jews it was not. And this is a slot, and metaphysical slot, and an empty slot. And there's a very interesting set of theses tied to this idea. Who is this savior? And why is he coming to save us? What's going on here? So Muhammad comes to the Muslims and saves them, and Buddha comes to the Buddhists and saves them. And Buddha comes in a very similar kind of context. He comes to a culture and rejuvenates it and gives them a new path, and then they can be saved.
Yeah.
So what happens then with Christ as he shows up, and then the cross becomes the symbol of the self, the symbol of the savior, the symbol of how you understand yourself, overcoming the past. And the problem then with the death of God thing, as Nietzsche would say, is that we don't believe Christ can save us. We don't believe the church can save us. We don't believe what we would call faith without reason can save us. We believe none of these things. In fact, all of what we believe is going to save us is sinking away from that and becoming to its opposite. This would be Jung's thesis in Ion. The evolution of our psyches means that we go so heavy into Christianity that we begin to respond to its opposite. And we think that, very Luciferian, and we think that man will save himself. The enlightened Lucifer will save himself. Reason is what will set me free. And so all of a sudden, the concept of what's going to save us is no longer the cross, but something new. We see a savior not in God's doctrines and knowledge and faith and love in him. We see a savior in science. We see a savior in our own hands. We see a savior in ourselves. Man becomes the savior of himself. Man becomes him who leads the way. And this leads as a consequence to the final thesis, which you see showing up now, which is man will not only save himself, but he will create God. This is Kurzweil coming at the end of the world with the transhuman thesis. It's fucking crazy, fascinating.
Well, I wanted to ask you, it reminded me of what we were talking about. Oh, did I cut you off?
I want
just a little bit. The only thing I was
go ahead.
The only thing I was going to wrap up and say is that you should be then looking as to what are people filling these archetypes with, what's going on, what's and there's a very interesting correlation. So people would say the machines. I think genuinely the machines is what people think is going to save us, the technology, the algorithm, whatever you want to call it. That is what's going to save us. Jung noticed this in alchemy. Alchemy eventually led to suggesting that the dead stone would create eternal life. That's the precursor to this concept of matter, which is what a machine is. It's a load of minerals reorganized in a specific way. Matter would save us, and to the point where matter becomes heaven. Matter is the savior, and the way knowledge and science we employ inside matter can get rearranged to the point where we can plug ourselves into it and zip off into it and live forever in heaven with the God we have created as well. And the God, of course, is the sort of oversoul of all of us collectively jabbed into McKeena's hell or whatever it is. Now, the last thing that you notice is that all of these savior archetypes are tied to a promise of utopia, a kingdom of heaven, as the Christians would say, and the Jews would say. The Jews sit down, and the Jews were quite a traumatized people. They lost Israel, and they end up wandering in the desert, as in Babylon and whatnot, and they end up fucked up. And so Isaiah comes and he's warning them, you're gonna get fucked up if you keep doing your stupid shit. You keep on being materialistic and not take care of the poor. You're gonna be fucked up, and they get fucked up. And so what Isaiah proposes at his thesis is that a savior will come, and we will stricken him, we will hate him, we will deny him, and then he will lead us and create out of himself a kingdom of heaven, which will revolutionize the world. And that's the whole idea under that. And so you see this showing up then in Christianity, same thing. Through Christ, you create the kingdom of heaven on earth. Through Christ, you get to the kingdom of heaven. If you give your soul to Christ, you become that. And it's sort of you give your soul to Christ, you will reach the kingdom of heaven. Think of that language. And what are we literally hearing now with the metaverse and the transhuman stuff? Give your soul to the machine, and you will enter into the kingdom of heaven. It's the same story.
Well,
maybe that's why a disproportionate amount of the tribe is involved with transhumanism. No, did I say? No, I'm sorry. Well,
Gio, here's an interesting.
We're gonna edit that out for.
No.
It's live. Holy shit!
Hold on. No, I have
aside from the edginess, that actually genuinely might be an interesting thing to ask. Take out being silly about it.
Well, here I can give an interesting. But
in all seriousness, okay.
Wait.
Jokes
Hold on.
aside, far right jokes aside, it is a very interesting question why a disproportionate amount of Jewish
Gio,
people
I could give you this example. So my take.
I know high IQ, Lev. Yes.
My take. Hold on, Gio.
I know.
Number one, yes, but that's not all. First of all,
that's what I wanted to ask about.
Hold on. Okay, so here we go. The quote that was talked about before about becoming one with the soul of Jesus Christ. One interesting thing, Uberboyo, that you just said right now is that whatever Jesus was talking about, people hated it. And people got very antagonistic to the things that Jesus was bringing up.
Like that Chick Tract comic where it's like, shut up!
Yeah.
They hated him for he spoke the truth.
Yes, they hated him. So on one hand, you have somebody who goes out there on who pressure is applied, who says something that people don't feel comfortable with, because I equate comfort with, let's say, the need to just lie down and not really work on yourself because you already feel like you know everything. And this has been my number one criticism of a lot of the more reactionary sides of Twitter. Because in a way, I think that everybody who is, not everybody, but a lot of people who are within that sphere, and I know you're listening to the show right now, you already know everything you need to know. There's nothing else for you to learn. So in a way, you're going to stagnate over time because you already feel like you know the truth. And so when I go on and I offer my takes, which people are not really that appreciative of, I think that that's a very good thing because in a way it challenges a lot of the preconceptions that people have. And I think there was a similar thing going on in general, where on one hand you have a bunch of people who are going to go with whatever flow they happen to be in because they don't have to work as hard. And on the other hand, you're going to have people who are going to be challenging that. And I find that the more
was
pressure,
a great video.
Well, the more pressure that is applied, I think the more people are going to improve when it comes to various fields. So, for example, if you have people of my tribe who are within science, who are within medicine, who are within, pretty much any of the fields that are in existence, you're always going to find an overabundance of it. And the thing that I say to all the anti-Semites out there is that if you imagine for a second that this group would not exist, so what you're telling me is that if this group were not to exist, then all of a sudden these various positions that you would consider to be exploitive would not be filled by anybody. Nobody would do them. Everybody, okay, hands off. There's not going to be no more.
But they wouldn't do them as well, Lev. That's, I guess, their point, to play devil's advocate.
No, but that's ridiculous because then they're basically saying that none of us in the sphere of non-Jews are capable of doing things as good as Jews. Is that what you're saying?
Please, Lev, just stop.
It's ridiculous.
Our neocon sensibilities are getting offended here, Lev.
Oh my God,
Lev. More seriously, like I think this is some very interesting things here.
Oh.
Because, there is in Judaism, like I don't know, like Lev, you're gonna know better than me. But, like looking from the outside, isn't there the thesis that there's going to be a Mashiach in the future, like there's going to be a savior, and I think. I can't remember the theorist, but he might have been Moses Hess, the Zionist. I'm not sure who he is because I've read loads of those books. Like I find them fascinating, and Nietzsche would often talk about like certain movements as well. And I think the Zionist thesis is that the Jews are not going to wait for a Messiah; they're going to become their own Messiah and save themselves. And that's the whole conception behind the nation of Israel, is that they formulate together and become. And you probably don't. I don't know. You're probably an anti-Zionist for all I know. But do you know what I mean? Like that's the thesis.
Don't worry about Lev on that front.
They aren't saved, and so they'll save themselves. They'll organize.
I think even Walter like from Marx's perspective, I think even Walter Benjamin talked like about messianism being this like self-created thing where you sort of he talked about like the rectification of history within a single moment sort of deal. Like And so, like, they, in some sense, like, they would have been primed for progressivism. Like, that would make perfect sense because they are always looking towards the future, always. Yeah.
And this is, I think, why Nietzsche says, like, don't just be reactionary. Like, look at who these people are. Like, they're going to do well because they're constantly thinking about how do we reform, and the world's going to change massively. And you've got to start understanding that. And so, like, a load of the people, a load of the Jews were like all saying to themselves, all right, well, what how do we get ahead? Like, what's this idea of salvation? Like, what are we going to do with this? Maybe they're more primed for something like a technological salvation or something like this. And maybe that actually says a lot.
And by the way, real quick, to address Keith Wood's point, this is exactly the thing that I'm talking.
Did you watch his video?
Well, hold on a second. This is exactly the point that I'm talking about, because my whole thesis here, and he is, please disagree with me all you want. You're welcome to. But his whole thesis here is he's talking about how would we function without opioids, porn, usury. My whole point is that these industries would exist regardless of whether there would be people of my tribe existing or not. People would naturally find people who are competent at any industry, whether we're talking about people who are from my ancestry or people who are from a completely different ancestry. If you exist in the kind of age that we exist in, you're going to find people who are going to fill whatever niche is going to be filled. I really don't think that it's capable.
I think Keith is watching right now, by the way. So
no, that's
let's just say, listen, I disavow everything Lev is saying. I don't agree with any of it, but we're free to disagree. No, it's funny because
and so like in order to like there is one thing that you could say as a critique of Judaism, but not generally like as a critique even of like even that way of thinking, because I think this is a fair critique, right? It is messianic and progressive, and it's sort of escapist. Like that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to escape reality and hope for a better future, which is what we all do. It's very normal and very human. And like the reason why the Jews do it is the same the reason why the Christians and a load of atheist people do. Everybody does this. The Irish hoped for a nation they could call their own after they went through a famine. This is exactly the psychological principles. You're in suffering and trauma and you want to escape. It makes perfect sense. Now,
well, shout out to my... Yeah, go ahead.
Nietzsche's specific critique is that he would categorize almost all of that as reactionary slave morality. And what he means by this is that when you create an attempt to escape and you deny reality and create a fake world, and this is a human nature thing, you know, the Jews did it in quite a dramatic and extreme way, and they're like well known for this and fascinating for many reasons. This is why he called them the most interesting people who've ever lived in many ways, because of this, because they have the most clear example of this happening in the most world relevant way, if you want to put it this way, because of the power of their religion. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the principle is right or inevitable. And there's a way that you can step out. You can just literally step outside of the whole thing and say, wait a second. What if there's a different way to react to trauma? What if there's the way that you can react to trauma and not become reactionary, resentful, not try to escape, not become escapist and all this, and become, you could say, grounded and realistic and digested? He would say master morality in some sense. And this is very much an awful lot of what he was talking about creating a reevaluation of values and looking at the way we look at things. And it's a very, very like interesting conversation to start diving down that way, because it jumps out of all the kind of bickering about who's right and on all this type of stuff. And it says more like, all right, wait a second. What if we reevaluate the values that have been created out of the response to the trauma of life and say, how do we create more life-affirming values? Because fundamentally, most of the values that come out of trauma come as a reaction to trauma, which is what pretty much every major religion is a denial of trauma, is a Judaism, Abrahamism, Christianity, Buddhism. Nietzsche accuses them all of this, whereas he would say, like, what would it be to affirm life in response to that? And that would be a whole different view, and that would not welcome an escape. It would not welcome transhumanism, metaverse, regardless of who does it. It would be a different take, a different attitude, a different perspective.
Yeah, and there's also like a vulgar Nietzscheanism that some transhumanists have sort of used as a prop, right? Like very like left Nietzscheanism. But yeah, shout out to my buddies, Matthew, Tyler, Thamestar, Keith Woods. Oh my God, they're all in the chat. Holy crap, we've awakened the beast. But I think that it is very interesting. There sort of is a sort of undercurrent of messianism that has come out of the seismic shift from that particular event in World War II, and I feel that we're living in a sort of the century of the self, as you know, people have called it. It sort of points to that as like the dissolution of various meta narratives. Like people often point to the three like horsemen being Freud, Nietzsche, and Marx, but to a varying degree of efficacy. I mean, even Freud, you could say, is probably the great destroyer of a more like organic and more let's say, integrated notion of the self, because now the self is sort of hidden from, it's sort of mirrored and hidden. Although I think, you know, as a Jungian, I think Freud was wrong about everything almost. But like, it's still like even psychoanalysis in itself.
He wasn't wrong about Jung screwing his patients. That's what Freud was not wrong
Sabina
about.
Spielheim, he did. They like to whip each other apparently. So no, but I think that this point that, like, for example, this came up recently about intelligence. Me and Keith were kind of arguing about this Richard Hanana article, but to me, I guess a general point would be if sort of instrumental reason and sort of IQ and intelligence and so forth, if that becomes the metric. Oh, is also Barrett in the chat? Hey, buddy.
Wait, Barrett from Final Fantasy VII? That Barrett?
No. If IQ and sort of like these very like reified notions of like IQ being a property that is distributed among sort of the social strata, if that becomes the metric, then whether or not you want to like ascribe some sort of like moral weight to it, which I don't think as well. Like I think me and Keith, we came to that agreement recently about not ascribe. Well, just like really quickly, I wanted to ask about like when it comes to sort of the weight of intelligence as a raw property, if that becomes the only sort of metric in terms of sorting what is quote unquote ascending and good in society, then it's like the Silicon Valley people that sort of are trying to run our lives. I mean, we're kind of fucked. That's kind of a black pill if the most intelligent people are sort of have proclivities towards certain ideas that are very like anti-human and anti-spiritual. It's like, damn, what are we going to do about it? Right?
It's not how intelligence works. It's intelligence distribution. Yeah. I'm gonna cut to the chase and answer. I'm actually like, I'm not trying to be rude there.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
But intelligence distributes, and I think the answer to this question, I'm going to try to take a different approach altogether. I'm going to again refer back to the most grounded first principle I possibly can. So I'll talk from therapeutic or psychological experience. As I said, when someone gets traumatized, what they begin to do is they begin to escape and reimagine and rationalize and create. Sometimes go as far as to create a schizophrenic alternate personality. All right. And this is, I'm trying to scale this onto the global problems that we see in the world. So for example, people experience a trauma. I'll take the Irish. They experience the famine. And this is so traumatic for them because it's, this is the point where you're like, all right, wait a second. The English can kind of push us around, but they're literally trying to fucking kill us all. Like that's too far. And so that gives us the energy for them to push forward and try to create a new nation and a new will. And it gives birth in them a resentful will that they push forward and achieve something powerful and beautiful, and that's like there's nothing, you can respect that. That's cool. Same with the Jews in Israel. Same situation. They're fighting for this type of stuff. Now, what you see is that in response,
there's a debate whether it was in the British as well. So I don't know.
Aside from the debates, because I know it's a very nuanced topic. We'll say in a general sense and critique the specifics at a later stage. So when you're looking at this principle, like in response to trauma, I think that's the big question. Like what, like it's like, in a very blunt sense, what's a Chad response to trauma as opposed to a resentful slave morality response to trauma? To try create a fake reality. This is the weak, pathetic way to try to create a fake escapist reality, a delusion that ultimately will not work. For example, the lies of Bolshevism, the lies of communism and whatnot, the incorrect application of values, the wrong response to all this type of stuff. Is this the correct thing that you empower and you allow? No, it is not. This is something that is ultimately like when someone starts to create a schizophrenic delusion, you have to say to them, you're psychotic, you're wrong, you're not looking at the world correctly, and you need to ground them. It's an objective problem. But then there's also this thing where you can sit down and say, well, what is the right response to trauma? In some sense, you would even look at it as loads of people would notice. You need to get them to go back to the trauma and reimagine it and reorganize the world based on what happened to them to get a more realistic view of what that is, a more grounded view. And it's not maybe IQ is a part of it, but fundamentally it's about the people who have the realism, the desire, the ability to confront their stress and their problem or whatever it is, and imagine a proper new way of doing things. So the imagination is sometimes it's a sort of artistic thing. And Nietzsche was constantly talking about this, reimagining your values, reevaluating your values, relooking at the foundations of what you're standing on. This is why he's such an adamant critique and whatnot. So this is, I think, a huge deal to get clear, because it's like I see an awful lot of the talk about the Jews and all this stuff is about, they have power and stuff like this, which they do. Like there's loads of Jews with power. Like that's because they've actually had the will and the energy to push themselves in a position of power because of modernity. There's loads of other people in power as well, because loads of other people have pushed themselves into power too. And if you really want to ask yourself who deserves the future, it comes down to the people who have the will and the imagination to make sure that they can seize the vision of the future.
Well, there's other arguments, like, you know what I mean, like for why that is, like why it is the way it is. It's just all. But anyways, I don't want to.
Well, all right, fair enough.
Fish topics are also going to abandon YouTube.
What happened exactly with the Christians back in the day when they were getting persecuted by the ancient Romans? As far as the ancient Romans, they probably thought that they were a little bit out there.
By the way, Peter Thiel, please give us money, please.
Yes, please give us money.
Please support Break the Rules.
Yes, and by the way, you
Peter Thiel in the chat.
And by the way, you can support Break the Rules by becoming a patron at patreon.com/breaktherules, and also become a subscriber. All the people who are listening to this right now, all the Keith Woods people, by the way, who are listening to this right now, become a subscriber, and I think that you are going to get a lot out of hearing me
Lev, please
dispel
don't poke the bear,
dispel a lot of these rumors that you have in your self-contained bubble.
Please,
so I
Lev,
look forward
stop.
I look forward to doing that. No, because it is. Look at the time.
I'm going to be hearing about this.
No, Gio, don't succumb to the peer pressure because we are going beyond. We're going beyond the peer pressure.
I want to. Well, let's shift gears. My buddy Matthew, my best friend in this. Well, one of my. I have about 3 or 4 best friends in the world.
Well, Gio. So just
but Wilhelm Reich. Oh, go ahead, Uberboyo. What?
Well, one thought experiment, because I think it's a very interesting one, is that, all right, we'll steal, man, and we'll say that the Jews have created progressivism, transhumanism. They're imposing all these, everything we see is new, and all these things that we don't like. We'll say that they're pushing towards this, and they're seizing a vision for the future and all this. Like, at what point do you actually turn around and take a step back and be like, fuck it, like they're actually going for it? Why don't we create our own vision in our own direction and actually become creative, instead of always being like bickering and angry and reactionary and saying they're doing things I don't like? At what point do you sit down and try to create stuff?
Well, because whenever people try, they're called, racist and anti-Semite.
No, because Gio, because a lot of the content.
Wait. Yeah, but that's like the most pathetic thing ever. That's like the Irish being like, oh well, we can't get our own nation because the British will just, they'll shoot us. They'll be mean. Like,
oh my god!
Like what you mean? Like it's like I'd rather
Irish messianism.
Well, that's literally what it was. I'd rather be called nasty words than have a fucking gun shoved in my face. Like the extent and pressure that we were put under in order to claim our freedom was pretty big deal. And why is that will lacking now? Why is it sort of like, they've got they're taking all this stuff from us? It's like, what would it take for you to create something new and go in a new direction and assert in a proper way, instead of having something that's maybe not functional? And that's really the kind of question. Like, what are we standing on?
I could give you an example
because issues.
Well, no, Gio, but the problem is that, and let's face it, that I'm 100% right on this. A lot of the side of Twitter is very reactive. In other words, they're going to be inert when it comes to creation, other than things that would make them feel really sad and feel really vengeful. And then they would make things, but whatever, let's say, art or masterpieces, as they would consider them, they would make, they would be partly based on something that they're standing in opposition to. And I think it was like Akira Kurosawa who said, like, if I have to make a statement about something, I would write it down instead of making a movie. Meaning that if you want to create actual art, you have to dig in deeper than just whatever, let's say, base reaction desires. I'm going on 4chan poll, I'm seeing this image, it makes me really mad, I'm going to make a meme about this, and then that's it. It's not, it's something that moves people, of course, but I see it as being very surface level, appropriately surface level to the surface level mentality of a lot of people on the internet today in general. I think that a lot of people think that we're above that shit. We're the ones who actually are base and red pilled, so we're above that shit. I don't think you are. I think a lot of people out there, and I'm speaking just like in general, I think a lot of people out there have lowered themselves
why don't you
down
create your own
to the
internet,
same.
Lev?
Well, I'm creating my own art right now. I'm creating
The
lovecards.com, superrare.com, superrare.com/LevPolyakov. Go there, buy my NFTs.
It's the problem. The problem I think is that when you how can I describe this?
Listen. So this is the problem. For example, the crypto guys, completely outside of this argument altogether.
Yeah, that's just a fantasy to me, in my opinion. I don't know.
Fair enough. But they're after just they asserted their vision and reality so well, and they completely created a new internet. Like, it might not work, but fucking hell, man, it's looking close. It's looking like it's going to do something. They created a new financial system, man. I used like the big. What's the big thing?
Until they crack down on it, then we'll
maybe. But what happens when they crack down and the majority of them will say, "Fuck you, we don't want your regulations." You don't know. Maybe they will. And the thing is that regardless of what we say, they're pulling off serious moves, man. They're playing serious games, and they have their values that inspire them to do this, which is fascinating. Like, this is another interesting thing. They have very strong libertarian values, and that's actually really at the core of a lot of that stuff. And it's quite interesting how that's animating enough to get people to innovate in that way.
My rebuttal would be that, let me just read my good friend Thamestar, Tyler Hamilton, says that probably because the obsession with the strength and freedom of the will is the cultural ethos of the day, appealing to it and try to go beyond the present situation is impotent. You don't overturn formal rational instrumentality by appealing to formal rational instrumentality, meaning that I think the problem, and this is like the problem with a lot of, I think, thinking on particular forms of the right as well, like whether it's NRX, is that when you're trying to create alternatives or broke like sort of Byzantine systems that can get out of whatever you want to call it, rule or authority or power by the libs or the tribe or whatever. The problem is that you can't just sort of create an alternative and then expect people to automatically transition to it, because you're dealing with these forces that would sort of negate a consciousness towards a form of, let's say, a much more ancient regime understanding of power and tribalism and identity that is contrary to sort of the rootlessness and the sort of instrumental reason that has formed modern situation, right?
I understand, but you're just basically
like you can't this is the problem with NRX fundamentally, is that you can't just sort of like take the construct of instrumental reason like and post-enlightenment rationality and say, well, we're going to gamify and we're going to find like these Baroquean neurodivergent solutions to current political order. It's sort of like, that sort of rigging of present conditions always has its limitations. So when people say, why don't you create an alternative? That is my point, is that there are systems in place that particularly are very good at testing resistances and preventing those resistances from cropping, or then even in some situations taking resistances to power in its corpus and sort of rearranging it. Like, how do you think normie conservatives got taken over, right? Any reactionary force is ultimately going to be absorbed in some respect.
But Gio, are we talking about... Go on, yeah.
In the warrior school of life, like if you want to win, you don't make excuses. It's that simple.
No, I know. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying.
No, but also, why are we talking about politics here? Forget politics. Fuck politics for a second. No. That's not the point. The point is that...
but transhumanism is a symptom, is sort of like our current decadence and political malaise.
Yeah, but Gio, there's political malaise. Let's take political out. Let's just talk malaise, because I think in general we are in a malaise because we have all of this instant access to information, which makes us very impatient. Now, I want the answer now. And I think because of that, it's very hard for true art to be created. Why is it that you have a lot of these Why is it that we have a lot of these Tumblrettes who draw the exact same shit? It looks really good, just like the furry art. Like, it looks, technically speaking, it's well drawn, but it's completely empty. It's completely bereft of life. If you compare it to, you did a wonderful video recently about Toulouse-Lautrec. You know what I mean? Like, if you compare Toulouse-Lautrec
to Productions at
exactly
YouTube.
To the shite that's coming out nowadays, to me that means that forget
it's Uber Shabo's going.
Forget for a second politics.
Oh my god.
And just lordy. Okay, forget for a second politics and just focus on what exactly are people creating right now that is of true artistic value, something that resonates with people. Because mostly, I'm sorry, but like I said before, I just see people reacting to things that they don't like, as opposed to actually creating something, that's not political.
But that's my point. That's what I wanted to say. And then we'll get Uberboyo. Is that you can't sort of treat these situations as an engineering problem, because the problem is that whatever like abstraction you want, let's say the dissident right or whatever, even though some people like my friend Josh Neal, who I say in the chat, says it doesn't exist, there's an argument for that. The problem is you can't just sort of treat it as an engineering problem in that how can we get from A to B? How can we achieve this sort of end goal of power and be done with it? Because things don't really work like that. Like, history does not unfold as a sort of, like, there are manipulated sort of managerial outcomes, obviously. There are sort of forces
Gio,
of history.
I wasn't talking about politics. You're talking about politics.
But I'm talking about everything. Like, the work of art as well. You can't exactly force another sort of... you can't just take the present conditions and be like, well, let's make a based and red-pilled Marvel universe.
Because it's not about
Netflix. That's not how it works.
No, but Gio, because it's not about base and red-pilled. Base and red-pilled is just a response to things that people don't like. And when people just focus on that, they're not going to make anything that good.
No, but I'm saying, Lev, that there's a particular evolution in how, let's call it, the culture industry developed over time, and why it has such a power over the public unconscious, and why it is that certain forms of entertainment become these vehicles for not just ideologies, but certain sort of let's call them nihilistic dispositions, if you will. And why is it that these things manifest, and why they have such a hold, and why there's so billions of dollars behind why a next fucking Marvel movie comes out? It's not as simple as like, well, on the one end, I wouldn't say it's simple as like a group of particular people came and subverted everything. There could be validity to that. And the other end, I wouldn't say it's just as simple as like, well, these things organically come about because of rational choice theory, and that's what people want. It's like, no, there's a lot of sophisticated forces going on that I think are, at least in the present situation, beyond our control. And whether or not we can enact cultural change, it can't come out of a vacuum. It can't just be like, well, we're going to create based in red-pilled forms of art or whatever particular proclivity you have.
Well,
because
I
our
think,
movements come about organically over time.
No, but for me personally,
But anyway,
just real quick, I don't give a shit. This is the whole thing. I really think that everything is set up right now just for the purpose of me being able to create really, really amazing art and bring it out. And compared to all the other shite that's out there, it's going to stand out, and I'm going to create the new renaissance of art. So perfect for me. That this is the challenge, and challenge accepted. Levcards.com, superrare.com/Lev Polyakov. I mean, that's all there is to say. I don't have anything else to say.
Boyo?
Well, like it's look, I'm trying to offer you, Geo, specifically something that you can think of that's important mentally. Like it's a really important thing to think mentally. And I look, I'm not saying I know you or I know everything about you, but I'm using you as an avatar for the argument. As I said, in the warrior school of life, you don't make excuses. There's winning, and that's it. And if there's power being withheld from you in some type of sense, you just figure out a way to get it. Like that's how it works. And you figure out a way to succeed. And all of the genius innovations come from this type of stuff. So for example, I talk about a perfectly easy to study movement that literally did what we're talking about in modernity in the most serious way possible. Like we don't know what Bitcoin is. It might be something that I don't understand or something like that. But it looks on the surface like it was a load of guys, like tech dudes who said, I don't fucking like the way things are. I don't like the power structure. So I'm going to create something new. And they crafted something new. And there's a whole culture around it. I don't think it's the most sophisticated culture ever. I don't think it's going to give birth to anything like, like some of the NFTs. I'm sort of quite suspicious when I see them fly by. I'm like, all right, wait a second now. Why is this going for 10K and all this stuff? But what does it matter what I think? These guys went for it, and they went for it, and they were ballsy, and they went fucking hardcore. And I know guys who slammed in real money when it was nothing. When it was nothing, they slammed in real money into it because they believed and they cared, and the talent believed and the talent cared, and they made it work. These people were smart and they were game, and they figured out a way to make sure it worked, and they built and they built and they built. And if you want to talk about overcoming a situation, you just have to start thinking like that. There's always a way, and you have to start thinking, how do you produce this stuff? You can economize many of these things into trying to produce it, but if your values are to survive, they have to be in alignment with something like this, and they have to have that energy inside of them that want to make it work. That's the most foundational thing.
Right, but now, I'm saying
the derivative thing I'd say of that is that I think in terms of the metaverse and all that type of stuff, to bring it back to a conversation, what's so fascinating about this stuff is that it's very easy to sort of say, I see this a lot, this is shit, this is terrible, I hate Zuckerberg, I hate the metaverse, but I have a feeling
I hate the Antichrist.
I have a feeling in about 5 years, everybody will be participating in it, just like social media.
Oh, God.
Everybody didn't like it, but everybody's on it now. Everybody's having these conversations about the Antichrist and technology on social media. Social media, in a general sense, is very pernicious, very negative, but it's ultimately what happened. And it's about adapting and certainly to try grab some of this stuff the best we possibly fucking can and see what we can do with this. The metaverse is the same. Like, what are we going to be able to do to stop it if we don't like it? Like, maybe my dream of mcka, this prophecy was the end of the world, and it's my job to stop it. What can I do? My ancestors didn't get involved in tech, so I had no power coming into this stuff. I don't have any coding skill. I don't know any connections. I can't really do anything about this. So if Zuckerberg wants to stick all of us in furry outfits and put us in some type of unstoppable hell, there's nothing I can do about it. Except for say to myself, well, this is the reality that lays itself in front of it. How can I rearrange it and impose my will upon it so I can actually push it forord in a more positive direction?
Exactly. That's what we're talking about.
No, but that's the problem. I think there's a great quote by one of the better
by the way,
later...
I'm going to have to bounce in about 5-10 minutes or something like
Oh,
that.
shit, yeah. There's a great quote by the...
wait, 1 second. Since you're going to bounce the Uberboyo, we got to make sure that we get the fortune, the astrology reading. Let me quickly...
Try get him in 5 minutes.
Yes, let me quickly get Michael Scotto in here right now.
No, just give
Gio, sorry, go on.
No, just give your info at 11, then he'll do it even if you're off air. Maybe you could watch it. There's this great quote by one of the better later Nicolas Cage films, 8mm, where that's one of my favorites. The Joaquin Phoenix character, Max California, he says, when you dance with the devil don't change, he changes you. I think the problem is that hopefully the metaverse becomes like another Second Life where a bunch of like weirdos go into it and they try to LARP as like this ultimately harmless fantasism. But at the end of the day, I think the problem with that attitude is that these tools are not designed for us. But so you really just, again, this is another, I think, problem with a lot of like reactionary thinking is that you can't just like, even with Moldbug, like you can't really just expect to go into the halls of power and take it over when these tools are not designed for sort of, base trad red pilled outcomes. That being said, I think that the only white pill I can offer is that, as a believer in Christ, I feel that a lot of these, even if you don't even have to be a Christian to believe this, I think that a lot of these systems, they are artifices that have been propped up by a lot of malicious forces that over the span of time is on our side, and they will, they can't exist for long without these contradictions happening. I don't think that total wireheading is possible, in my opinion. I don't think downloading our consciousness into like a wirehead transhuman framework is even possible for a variety of reasons. I think that their plans hopefully will start to crumble and more people will realize the sort of alienated state that they've been foisted, they've find themselves thrown in. But that's of course, entirely hopeful, and maybe, a good deal of a Bolarian jihad will have to happen. We have to start smashing machines left and right for it to happen, but who knows? So final thoughts, Uberboyo, before you go, I don't know.
Nothing too much. I think the conversation about the metaverse and how it relates to religion, as I was trying to talk, and some of those psychological principles, I find that stuff so fascinating. These would be some of the things that be echoing around in my head on those crazy days when you're like thinking to yourself, what is the world? What is going on? And why do people act the way they act? And what's happening with that stuff? The question about what happens with it, like, are we for or against it? Because I guess it is a broader question about the transhuman problem, isn't it? Like, are we for or against it? And this is like, for example, to your point, Gio, I think, all right, to steal on what I think you're saying, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I think Soviet Russia is a fantastic example. Like, you have the Bolshevik Revolution, you get a group of people who reevaluate the values of the Bolshevik Revolution. They're incorrect in the way they do it. They go off wrong first principles. They think that they can just recast the world in whatever image they want. It turns out to be, as we would say, a schizophrenic delusion in response to the tragedy of life, and maybe their thirst for power. They might even be evil for all we know, but we'll see. But whatever happens is they're wrong. And then what happens is 70 years later, it just can't hold itself together. That's not a successful empire. That's a mistake. That's Lucifer's pandemonium. I think there's a very fair critique to say something like, for example, from the Christian perspective, the Christian institutions, will say Catholicism is the oldest institution in the world, 2,000 years old. That shit, you don't fuck with that. Like, that's the big heavyweight boxer. He's been slogging around for a while, and maybe he's got problems. Maybe he's a bit old. He's like, he doesn't get everything right. He's not all up with the new tech and all that type of stuff. But he, like, the things he gets right, he gets right. There's thing they got right. There's many visions of the world that are correct. And when all is said and done, when Soviet Russia fell down, Orthodox Church was still there. It was still churning away. It gave birth to itself again. Now, you could make a very hard argument against it, saying it didn't stop communism because it wasn't strong enough. But you could also make a very, very hard argument and say, after the schizophrenic delusion, the true self came back, right, and they stayed on the path. And with transhumanism, there's a couple of different questions. This is just a fascinating thing to ask yourself. Will it be like Bolshevism, where there's this whole new revolution of social relations in society? We all plug ourselves into machines. They set us free. A lot of people go into the kingdom of heaven. They fucking butcher the world in their wake. It turns out to be a complete delusion, and this acts as a vaccine that immunizes us against the reality and the lies, the beautiful ideas that are promoted in these circles when people start to get possessed by mcka and their delusions and all this type of stuff. Or will it be, and then people will go back, maybe even go back, they'll return to trad Christianity. Like it might even happen. We don't know. It might be that's what happens in America, and maybe that's a thing. Maybe it's a thing. I don't really know. Maybe it is. And people rediscover what they lost, because they have an experience that's traumatic enough for them to get back and ask themselves correctly, who am I and what are we and what are we as a people? Or is it a situation where it goes and it's successful, like Christianity was? Christianity was right at the right place at the right time, and it moved forward and it changed the world, and it's stuck, and it's here now still. And like, are we saying that all these is social media going to be here in 2,000 years? Maybe it will, man. Maybe plugging this fucking shit into our heads will be here in 2,000 years. Like, and maybe it will. This is something we have to think. And a lot of these people who are hyper progressive and bought into this, as much as we might not like them, they believe this stuff, and they're probably not completely wrong. It's probably here on some levels. Like, things do evolve, things do transform, things do go forward. And so what we do in that situation is an interesting one. And this would be where I would be, sliding in my Nietzschean take, suggesting that Nietzschean progressivism is not to necessarily turn into the delusional, naive, progressive libtard that you see always talking
like a left
about.
Nietzscheanism is like will to power, but like
yes, and it's
almost like
power,
a futurism. Yeah,
we'll shove a dildo up your ass and say everybody's equal. Like that's not what Nietzsche was on about.
It's like people that read Deleuze and take HRT. That's
I would just say the final thing is that, like, maybe you could embrace the reality and what's coming and say it is coming, and learn how to wield it like a sword in your favor. Just like when the Indo-Europeans were in and they figured out chariots, they took the technology in their favor and they conquered the fucking world with it. And maybe that's all it takes. I'm sure the native Europeans back then were pissed off when these fuckers showed up with chariots. These transhuman cyborgs with their chariots. But it's like, what does it matter? You get conquered, you lose. Yeah. And you just need to adapt.
And maybe there's a perennial law to all civilizations that sort of constructs are built up over time, but then there's inevitably a winter phase, and then...
See, look, that could be true as well, but it's like, let me put it bluntly. If you think about that really to its conclusions in a psychological thing, it's an extremely demoralizing perspective. You know? It might be correct on some levels, but think about the people who won when Rome fell. It wasn't the Romans. It wasn't them.
It was the Visigoths.
It was the fucking Goths. And the Goths were probably like progressive Nietzscheans, will to power. We're going to conquer this carcass. They kind of brought in a dark age. Yeah, the thuggish Goths brought in a dark age, but at the same time they created the West. And despite the fact,
well, they got everybody to wear black and put on makeup.
I'll leave you a final red pill. Well, the Dark Ages, I mean, that's also a misnomer.
Fair enough.
More like.
But I will leave you a final red pill. Now, this is very disheartening as a 100% full-blooded Italian, but apparently Keith Woods has enlightened me a few days ago that apparently the Irish share upwards to 50 to 60% ancestry with the original Aryan steppe peoples that came out of the northern helm of Europe. So you are more Aryan than me and Lev in this chat, Uberboyo. So there you go.
Well, hold on a second, Gio. Both of us have red hair. I got the red beard, and you got the red hair as well. So there should be some red Irish thing.
I think parts of Russia has a high mixture of Aryan as well.
So do some of the pharaohs in ancient Egypt, if I recall, right? Like
unfortunately, Southern Italians only have like an abysmal 20 to 15%. Of Aryan ancestry, so holy shit!
All right, here we go.
Well, Uberboyo,
I'm practically black. I'm, that's
Uberboyo. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you as always, my friend.
Take care. Please follow.
Good chat.
Great chatting with you, Uberboyo. As always, please follow Uberboyo on Twitter, twitter.com/Uberboyo. Be sure to get him as a life coach, as long as that's still available. Do that right now. So, guys, we're still going to be going on right now. So we are going to have the astrology stream starting in about 20 minutes or so. Right now, Michael Scotto is away. He, I believe, is at a cafe. He's going to be here really, really soon. So, brace.
Okay, I'm probably going to miss that then. So, yeah.
No problem at all.
Give Lev your info and he'll pass.
Oh, I already have it.
Okay, there you go.
Wait, actually,
he doesn't dox you on air, by the way. You just have to DM Lev your info.
Yeah. Well, no, I have
revealed it on air.
If this guy says that this guy sounds very Indo-European, then he's dead on correct. We're going to take. Everything.
He definitely noticed the Scorpio inside of you from the videos that he's seen. So that is definitely there. Wait, by the way, can I display like the birth date and all that, or do you want that not displayed?
No, don't do it, Lev. Don't do
Your choice.
Yeah, keep the
that.
info.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's not too much of a, but I don't know. I can't
Sure,
remember.
sure. No,
so
that
just
is
keep it
that is not a problem at all. And by the way, guys, if you want, and we have a couple of more entries that I got to update. There's a little green box over here with 4 entries. Those are the top 4 people who are going to get a reading today from the great and powerful Michael Scotto, master astrologer. So if you want your reading done, DM me on Twitter at Levpo your birth date. No, first you got to send a super chat. It's not going to be that easy. First you got to send the super chat. Make sure it's around $5. No less than $5 is going to get you access to the top 10, to top 4, not 10. What am I talking about? To the top 4 list. And then the people who make it below the 4, like 5, 6, 7, 8, as long as you submit more than $20, Michael is going to do a private reading afterwards at a time that we're going to decide upon. So, so that is what you have to do. So sneed those super chats right now, and then DM me on Twitter with your birth date, time, and location. Let me know if it's okay to show that on the screen or not, and that's how we're going to do that. We are going to have the astrology stream. All right, take care.
See you, bro.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. And check out Lev's cards. If any of you crypto tards are here, check out that. And with Gio, he does some gorgeous wood carvings.
Absolutely.
And he does some paintings and work
Thank
as
you.
well. So, all right, I'll talk to you later, boys.
Take care, Uberboyo. Bye-bye.
Salute.
And that is, by the way, superrare.com/Slav Polyakov. And as far as Gio's absolutely beautiful prints, the easiest thing is just to change it to a virtual background. So here we go. Here
Dude,
is
take installments of super Apparently Domino's is taking See, this is the problem with you crypto people. You view things as isometric units of Homo economicus. You are the full embodiment of economic man that lives in the blockchain. The blockchain is like this sort of messianic figure that will, all of your problems. But really, it'll just evolve into some globalist gig economy where you're paying installments on the next, sort of a bug pizza, the bug meal flour pizza that you have to pay installments for. And that's the problem I have with this sort of cryptoifying society. I think any of the California ideology impulse of this sort of like weird tech libertarianism, I think in the coming years, already China, they realized it. Didn't China ban crypto or something recently, Lev?
I don't know. Whenever you say China and realize,
China.
I have to do a bit of a double take there.
Yeah.
But
by the way, can you imagine in the coming weeks, there are 2 significant trials in terms of the political right.
Oh yeah.
I'm probably not going to say them on YouTube.
Thank you, Gio. Yes.
But the one, let's call him Riddles, the Riddler. Let's
Yes.
call him the Riddler.
Yes.
He's probably going to get off, which is based, epic, red-pilled, 100%. And also, if you're seeing updates on the Seville trial, I mean, I would give my left arm to have a live stream of this trial. The fiery takes that are coming out of people like Christopher Cantwell, I can't believe this. It is like because they are outnumbered, they're out-lawyered, they're out-funded. Those guys there, they're fucking posting with their heart's desire on the courtroom floor. They're live ship posting to this jury. It's been epic. It's been epic.
Wait,
can you imagine
wasn't Cantwell arrested?
Yeah, but like this is the civil trial for like a bunch of them, like the organizers are all, but the thing is, it's funny because all these like blue checks, they're talking about like how the secret evil funding on the political right of the Thielbucks, but really like half of them don't even have lawyers. They're like representing themselves, and by law they have to like go up there and cross-examine the jury, and it's like they're just fucking trolling the shit out of them. It's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Oh shit. But can you imagine if the Riddler gets off, if the rally guys get off, can you imagine the ass blast on Twitter from all of these journalists? Oh my god, it's gonna be it's gonna be Christmas once again. It's gonna be like that night Ruth Bader Ginsburg went to hell and everyone was just epically shitposting. It was like, oh man. Also, did you see, Lev, this guy, the recent the what's the guy that's gonna get elected in Virginia now because of the critical race? What's his name? Temkin. Lumpkin. See, if the left wanted to win, they could have just called the guy Lumpkin.
They should have called him Fuzzy Lumpkins. You remember Fuzzy Lumpkins?
Oh God.
Yeah.
No, but did you see Youngkin? Youngkin, yeah. Did you see like everyone was memeing about the black guy that they hired to hold the tiki torch?
Yes, that's right. Well, I assume that they didn't the campaign of the other guys spin it as no, we weren't pretending to be them. This was just a publicity stunt to show how much Youngkin is associated with the tiki torch people. Like that was their excuse.
It's like we're just being ironic. We're like only half retarded sort of deal. We're just being ironic, bro. But no, the metaverse thing. I think it's very interesting what, like, again, someone said on Twitter about how, like the Zuck, he's sort of free of all, like, typical worldly desires, and now he has to create, like, a virtual space. But then it's like, what does that say? Like, throughout time, certainly the 20th century, rich people have been, like, funding the most insane and ridiculous things ever. But also great works of art and other great public works projects. But now it seems that what the sort of consciousness of the rich people has become like terribly proletarian, because it's like the average sort of like middle class to upper middle class like tech bro is like, why can't we live in a world without suffering? And Zuckerberg's like, yeah, that's a great idea, world without suffering, bro. It's like, that's the metaverse. Like, it's like, where's the vision of rich people? Where's the robber baron funding great works of art, funding like the Medicis funding Botticelli? And wait, did they fund Botticelli, or was it
Well, they funded Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, all those cats. Yeah. But it is interesting, though, because if we take a look at Anderson Cooper's ancestor, what's that guy's name? Vanderbilt, the main guy. He very, very frequently got into fisticuffs with his competitors and with other rascals and rapscallions of ill repute back then. So there may be something to that, just to have much more pressure. Like I always say, pressure is like the key word, Gio, that I keep bringing up. When you have more pressure applied to you, then you're able to succeed. If there's no pressure, then you have to make pressure. My biggest concern when it comes to Silicon Valley in general, I don't think they really know what they're doing. I mean, some people people would say, well, it's all intentional, but honestly, I see this
myth of competence.
Yeah, I see this kind of like a Moldbug sees it, where it's not so much about there being a direct plan of action and more about just like people following whatever is the easiest thing to follow at the time. So much so that when you have somebody like there was a person, I'm not going to say who they were, but they're a person who was sort of affiliated with the National Arts Club. And I was having a conversation with this person, and I brought up a lot of these problems that we talk about here.
Is this a big name?
No, he's in tech, and I brought up a lot of these problems that we talk about here, and his response was that, well, look, I don't want people to, like they're making too big of a deal out of this, and I don't want people to be wearing blackface and things like that. Like that was the level. Like he didn't even.
Could you wear blackface in the metaverse like Justin Trudeau?
Oh God, that's a.
I wonder.
Well, that is a good question. Like if a white guy has a black avatar, but not like a racially, stereotypical, but just kind of like a white person donning on. I mean, they do have black characters that you play as Call of Duty, so wouldn't that be the same thing in a way, like a white person donning blackface by becoming a black character?
One journalist saying that like you shouldn't share like on Twitter like GIFs or like reaction images with black people because you're white. It's like no, Black Twitter has its own memes, but no, I think like. The problem, I think that what I wanted to say to Uberboyo is that these things are older than people think. Like there's in terms of like the actual architecture of things like transhumanism, or rather a virtual reality, which is an immersive experience. I mean, people have been sort of playing around with the technology since at least like the late 80s, early 90s. But even like in terms of its theoretical framework, there's like, pre-Socratics that have ideas that come similar to like what the modern tech bro, how they like formulate their picture of the real as something that is malleable and something that can be played around with. Because I think that it very much, I know it was like basic bitch Baudrillard, but like this is very much like the malleability of the real is now utterly thrown into this like meat grinder. And now we're so disconnected from the real that we have to create a fiction in which the real is self-governed and self-created by our own hand. But of course you have to pay for that because, Zuckerberg isn't going to let you create the real on your own. Like, for example, there's NFT art installations, like graffiti statues within the metaverse that you have to pay to view. Which is crazy. I mean, I guess you have to pay the gallery to view.
Well,
but it's
see, and this is very different, by the way, from the mentality of the crypto art and NFTs. Because look, you could say whatever you like about NFTs, but at the end of the day, they still, it's a voluntary, and you still actually get to see the whole thing without any blockade. Because the whole thing has always been ridiculous to me. Like the people who block the ability to right-click on the website, they just try to make it a little bit more annoying to go through things like archiving images. And it's like, what the hell? Because you could do this in another way. You can do a screen cap, or there's all kinds of ways to disseminate imagery. It's not.
I can click left.
Yes.
And save it.
Yes, exactly.
Like, that's a stupid criticism because, like, I get the whole like. It very much like similar. It's just a digitalization of what the provenance of any work of art is, anyways. Like, I can go and like look up the like particular Rothko that Rockefeller owned, even though he has the original. I'm still viewing a digital reproduction. But this is a great comment by Croinkicks. Pasolini's main criticism, so the brilliant Italian filmmaker, was that the bourgeoisie no longer recognized the sacred and how liberalism would give freedom, but replace the instinctive love of reality with false values. Yeah, that's very true. And a lot of other writers, I mentioned de Juvenal, that's how you pronounce it. A lot of like writers talk about how the aristocratic impulse of people within the ancient regimes were fundamentally different than today's like modern like bourgeois nouveau riche, because the nouveau riche really has no values besides like this very like reified picture of economic man that is like in itself like the fact that we have like rich people that are richer than any other king in human history but produce endless like mediocrity, like the NFTs that they sink money into, like holy crap. It's except
for mine.
Yeah, except for mine. But like, yeah, but Lev, you're not making like gorillas that are smoking weed or whatever, like these NFTs you're seeing. Like,
no, Gio, when I make gorillas that are going to be smoking weed, they're going to be the best gorillas that are going to be smoking weed you've ever seen.
Right.
Okay? So
no, but I think it's funny how like the NFT itself, like people are looking at these NFTs that are sharing, like they're sharing on Twitter that are worth like some of them millions of dollars, right? I think it's funny how these rich people, like, they probably don't care, but they're sort of like investing in NFTs that are mimicking like American like graffiti and street art, which I find is very fascinating. How it's sort of like a lot of these like Netflix series or whatever. It's like certain forms of like modern American life are presented as this like aesthetic picture, and it's like of certain like ethnic groups as well. One in particular in the American context. It's like, it's this weird like proletarianization, like as the comment was saying, of like even rich people are like buying into like what they think is like this common aesthetic image. Like you could go down, you could go to Brooklyn or you could go to LA and you would see like a very particularly skilled bomber doing like a street piece of like a gorilla smoking weed, like over a night period where, some of them are quite clever though. There is a rich tradition of like American graffiti art that comes even from the Harlem Renaissance in terms of like stencils and how the comic, the African American not comic book, but like the sort of illustrative art, how that evolved and now like graffiti came about and it was infused into hip hop culture. Because people don't know this, but graffiti art came a few years or a decade before hip hop culture really was a thing. People don't know this, but how that sort of aesthetic evolved and changed over time, and now like rich people are buying NFTs that have that same like graffiti comic, or like what they call the cartoon, because like certain signature bombers, they will like have cartoons instead of like the letter pieces, right?
Well, you also have, for example, like Japanese, you would have.
Yeah.
I even saw some of the old graffiti in New York City. I didn't expect it. They actually had some Japanese artists who were doing that at the time in the 80s. And it's interesting. Like, I see Japanese culture in general as just being like this widespread antenna for anything that's interesting that's going on in the culture, where they would just grab onto it and they would do something very interesting with it.
Yeah, there's prolific graffiti artists that actually travel. They'll go to Brazil is a spot, like Sao Paulo in Brazil is a popular spot. Australia, there's like whole streets. There's like a whole tour that they do. It's like you'll see like a prolific bomber. They'll like show up throughout the world. It's really crazy. And of course, like certain places like Russia, it's even more, you have to have like a level of skill, because it's like if they arrest you, you're fucked pretty much, and they buff everything out. So to like be known in these places, like in like Scandinavian countries and Russia, you have to like be a totally prolific tagger, because they buff everything out. Like especially in Sweden, like to be known in Sweden is like quite a feat. Like you have to like go out every single night and do it. Why am I talking about graffiti now? Holy fuck, we were talking about the metaverse. I don't know. Yeah, so you gotta pay to see art. So you gotta, Zuckerberg charges you like he charged your grandmother playing Farmville back in like 2010. Now to see the piece of NFT art, you have to like pay Zuckerberg to view it, to actually view, like, so you could have like a group of people around you in the metaverse, and they're all looking at this piece of art, but you're not, because you're poor. So it's, oh man.
But what I don't really understand about this is that we already have VR chat. How is this any different?
Yeah. How is it different? I don't know. Maybe because it will be integrated within an already existing sort of global network of people in Facebook. So it will be probably like there are some conspiracy theorists. I think even like more, not conspiracy theorists, but like because it's a possibility. But I think like Morgoth had a great video where he was talking about this, where they want to do it where your online avatar is attached to your real name and your, actual face and everything, your dogs. So it's like, we're in VR chat and Second Life, it's to escape your real life. Now Zuckerberg is saying, no, fuck you. All you like tech utopians that want to escape the real by like having an anonymous like pseudonym, like you're a furry within Second Life. And it's like, you're known as like Spyro Tails Dragon, whatever, 666. Now it's like you're attached to your real name and face, and all of that sort of detachment that therapeutic detachment that comes about from going into VR chat or going into Second Life, that's going to be done away with. And now Zuckerberg is going to attach your furry avatar. Now your grandmother, who is a flapper from the 20s in VR, in Metaverse, now she's going to see that you're a furry.
Yeah. Well, no, now the grandma's going to be a flapper too, but a different kind of flapper. She's going to be like a sexy fish lady, she's going to be flapping her fins. And, like all the people there are going to be like, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
And all the boomers that talk about things like overthrowing the U.S. government over the slightest provocation, now they're going to be doing it in VR chat in the metaverse. And the metaverse will become like the sort of, that Star Trek episode where they had the what was it called? A Quiet Little War?
I don't remember. I don't actually watch Star Trek.
It was the one where like, it was like a virtual reality war that's been going on for hundreds of years, but nobody actually dies. Wow. It's like they fight the war in VR.
But do they feel pain? Like, is it the
I think they do. They die for a little bit, then they come back because they're like these higher beings. But it was essentially like, imagine like a first person shooter, but like in VR, like in like a wire heading like Matrix. It was kind of like that. And so imagine the future war between, for example, China or America or whoever, that's going to be done in virtual reality now. That's going to, and we're going to like basically create hell on earth. We're going to create an apocalyptic, demilitarized zone as a whole universe, because people are going to be warring and killing and fighting all the time in VR chat. It's going to be like VR, the metaverse is going to be like a GTA lobby all the time. And the Jannies, the mods, they're going to be powerless to do anything about it because all of these boomers are going to be warring and fighting and trying to overthrow the government in the metaverse.
Well, Gio, hold on a second. You touched.
We have to convince boomers that the real is extinguished. Tech bros have to convince boomers that VR is real life, and that's going to change the future.
Well, you touched upon something very interesting there. Because if we assume that today, like I always say, I think that life did get a lot more valuable to people. No, just in general, because back then, let's say, babies died much earlier and, people went to war a lot more often. So life...
Ender's Game.
So even though people, even though people cared about the people back then too, death was a much more frequent occurrence. And I think that there was this idea that people assume that life is short, and then there's going to be glory once at the end once I pass on, and it makes me wonder when it comes to this VR scape. Maybe that would be the ultimate high for the people within it. I mean, this is such a meta kind of thing to say even, but the idea is that maybe the people would actually prefer at a certain point to make the kind of universe where you're actually not aware that you're in the simulation, where you think that
I don't want to remember nothing.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be...
Because this piece of steak, it's so juicy that what difference does it... What did Cypher say?
Oh, I don't remember. I haven't watched The Matrix in a while. But no, I see your point. But here, it's not so much about the juicy steak as it is... Wasn't that whole thing behind The Matrix... was that when the ideal world...
That's what's behind the Matrix.
Yes, that is what's behind the Matrix. But ideally, I mean, the ideal world that people wanted in the Matrix eventually became something that people despised. They wanted there to be some hardship. They wanted there to be some kind of challenge, something to oppose. Much like I said at the beginning of this stream today, that people get a lot of energy from opposing something as opposed to just agreeing with everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, imagine, Gio, if you were on Twitter and you agreed with everything that all the blue checks were saying.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like, what kind of a reality is that? That would suck balls. That would suck donkey dick. So instead, you're in a much better reality where you're fighting against something that I consider to be a problem too. And imagine if that was not the case. Imagine if we did live in a base and red-pilled reality where everybody had a good sense of honor and all that, and at a certain point, wouldn't that be a little bit boring for us? Maybe not, but do you see where I'm getting here? It's almost like the challenge that's been introduced in this particular reincarnation that we're living in right now, the two of us, is one that benefits this desire that we have to oppose something.
Right, but yeah, that is true, but I think like it reminds me of the sort of issues that come with like the commodification of all life. There's this great essay I read years ago. I think it was called The Digital Body, where it talks about like the early internet, like the work of art, like how certain artists were like glomming onto the early internet and how they took like notions like Haraway's sort of like cyborg feminism, and they took like how the sort of the embodied human, like the sort of like post-human thought, the embodied human becomes problematized in the age of like digital reproduction. And so again, this like brings up what Benjamin was talking about as well. But like Benjamin, he didn't see this as a bad thing. He like, this is what trads that read that one essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. Like Benjamin, he's like, yeah, that's a good thing that the aura is gone, because now we can reproduce like highly kitschified like communist propaganda. But so to relate this to like what's happening with the metaverse, it's very interesting how people's future aesthetic experiences are going to be mediated ultimately by a fundamental like microtransaction commodification. So imagine like how like freemium games are this like pervasive like commodification of people's entertainment, like just, you know, like girls playing like children or girls or whatever playing Candy Crush and like having to pay to level up, or playing like whatever game is popular. Imagine like now your embodied experience itself becomes this form of commodification where I have to pay for the skin, like the CSGO skin that I'm wearing, where I'm like a based step warrior. And it's like, oh my God, imagine if that's actually Barry Weiss. Holy crap.
We're not that far actually from that happening, Gio. I'm not going to say anything right now.
Oh God, no. Oh no.
No, well, actually, it's interesting because a great friend of the show, somebody we've had on very frequently, our friend Daniel Itfrense, he recently was on a stream, was on a show. Guess with who? Guess who Daniel was
Barry
on?
Weiss.
No.
Oh,
Ben Carson.
Oh God.
So there we go. Like we have a connection. We have
Holy
like a.
fuck.
Imagine if we get Ben Carson on BTR.
What do you talk about?
I mean, plenty. He was right there
What do you talk about?
for the whole Trump administration.
Apparently, Barry Weiss, she's having trouble. Her and her whatever boyfriend, they want to have a kid or something.
Wait, boyfriend?
I don't know.
Are
they married?
No, she's playing for the wrong team. She's well, you know what I mean. Like she's.
Oh, she's a.
Yeah, she's lesbian.
A sapphic?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Gio,
I thought she said she wanted to have a kid though or something.
Yeah, but that's regardless. But Gio, I thought that you were like the foremost Barry Weiss expert. What's going on here, buddy?
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know, Lev. Maybe you should help her out in this regard.
Oh God.
I mean, you're a good Jewish boy. Anyways, what am I going with this? Anyways,
oh man.
So
it is interesting.
It's so funny to see her in Geotime. Yeah, that'd be pretty fucking hilarious if that ever happened. But no, what my point I'm trying to get is that, like, it is funny how the same people that I think, and maybe they're being, probably paid off by Zuckerberg himself. Because let's face it, that's what happens. I think like these blue checks, they're probably going to be like, they're going to take a conglomeration of journalists and they're going to give them like a test run of the metaverse. And they're going to be like, oh my God, this is great. And this is going to be like, it's going to advance, like social progress and trans rights by everyone being in the the metaverse, where now your appearance is dictated by your what's the one Alex Kashuta likes to say, the homunculus behind your eyeballs, like your own free individual will is going to dictate what you look like to other people. And now they're going to be like, oh, that's epic because it's going to solve so many issues of human embodiment. And so these journalists are going to consent to the metaverse. But there are these like same left-wing journalists. Now they're going to be totally cool with all of life being commodified. Even the appearance in your identity and how you present to the world is going to be subject to a greater form of economicization. And you're going to have to pay crypto to have your like epic Air Jordans shoes or skins or whatever, right? Like to become like the most epic furry suit ever, you're going to have to pay for that shit.
Yeah. Imagine how much...
Be totally fine with it.
Imagine how much the 1993 Nike Decades would cost in the VR
world. Oh, God,
world.
yeah. Yeah. It's like, that disturbing video called Hyperreality, where it's like, imagine if life was through a VR machine.
Yeah.
And there's like fucking ads everywhere.
But that's really what they should have... By the way, do you know what I was referencing when I talked about the 93 Nike Decade?
Yeah.
What was I referencing?
Oh, was that from the Space Jam?
No.
The shoe they came out with?
No, it was a different kind of Space Jam, if you will. This is the shoe that was worn by the members of... Can you guess? Do you know where I'm going with this?
Oh, yeah, Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate. Yeah. They took that... You know how much it's worth to find a pair now? They like took that off. Like the Nike, they discontinued it because of Heaven's Gate.
And what about British Knights? Is it the same thing because Crips were wearing British Knights and are those still?
It's different. Yeah, it's different.
You could still get some BKs. Okay.
I think you can. Yeah.
So here we go. We got Michael Scotto. Scotto,
nice.
The great astrologer, back with us, back on Break the Rules. You got the new tray of books back there, and these are all the books that you've read as well, right? Like, you've read pretty much all of these.
I've read every single book on that shelf. That is correct.
See, there we go. And we are going to start with the astrology. A couple of instructions here for all those who are new to this. So you see this green square...
speaking of blue checks, before like just really quickly, Lev.
All right.
There is this blue tick. No, she's not a blue tick. She's just some journalist nobody cares about that's covering the Seville trial. And so Richard Spencer asked Matthew Heimbach, who coined the term ethnostate. He doesn't know. Have you ever heard me discuss the ethnostate? Can you describe it to me in the relationship to our activism? Oh, God.
Well,
He's fucking trolling these people. It's hilarious.
Well, by the way, Gio, what's funny about this whole thing, you're not going to believe this, but you probably will. When you said Seville, I thought you were referring to, do you know what? I thought you were CW Seville. I thought that's what you were referring to.
I mean, there could be a Tiki Torch rally within CW Seville now. That the God Emperor of CW Seville has been imprisoned. So, yeah. So the best part was the one part where Cantwell, he was like, to the one juror who was like, did you hear about the torches? And he's like, yeah, I heard about the torch rally. And Cantwell is like, do you know about Paul Revere, how Paul Revere said about the torches are coming? I can't believe this shit, bro. Oh, what I would give for this trial to be live streamed. Anyways, Michael Scotto is here to do the astrology. Sorry, we were talking about that stuff before.
So I think that we should start off, even though right now Uberboyo is not here right now. It's a little bit late for him, but that would be for all the Uberboyo fans that are out there, and he'll have a chance to take a look at it. You can, in brief, talk about his chart, but we should censor, not show the name and date.
Yeah,
and
don't show the info
and all of that. So make sure that is not on the screen. I can potentially
Wait, what am I not? What am I not showing?
Not showing, well, the time and location and all that, because there are some people, for who that's a little bit more private. So just just showing the actual clock, that would be fine, but not the that information above.
Yeah. So last time we did this, right?
Yeah.
So we had, when you share the screen or you share my screen, then you have to change the window. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, I think that I have to block it somehow. So I guess the only
because I can't do it on my screen.
That's
because
true.
I'm sharing my screen, right?
That's true. Yeah. So the only thing that I could possibly do right now is I am going to blank the screen. Or you know what? We could do a test with me. Okay. Can you put in my information? I mean, I don't care. You can reveal that. I don't really care. Do you have my information, by the way? Because I don't actually remember the specific birth time, but I wrote it to you earlier. So while this is happening, again, everybody subscribe to BTR, BreakTheRules.tv. We are simultaneously streaming this on DLive, on Odyssey, on Twitch, believe it or not, and of course on good old YouTube. Good old YouTube. We love YouTube. Anyway, we are also on Spotify, and we are on Apple, and we are everywhere, okay? Because we gotta disseminate this information out there, and this is how we do it. So, by the way, Croin Kicks, you also got to send me your birth date, time. You send me the birth date. I need the time and the location. Once again, we're going to be respectful. I'm not going to reveal any of that information on the screen. So there we go.
All right, Lev, let me pull you up and then...
Yes. This is going to be my censorship test over here, just so I see where I can put in the black screen or whatever, just to censor it. So we'll see what happens there. Once again, patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today. You're going to get a lot of goodies, including the beautiful print, which was my background here for a certain amount of time. But anyway, Michael is doing it right now, so let's see.
I wonder if in the metaverse you're going to have sex like you can in Second Life. I wonder if that's
well, when you were
possible.
talking about banging the machines earlier on, banging them up, I think that's that's what you were referring to. And also, by the way, for anybody here who has a certain person that they want to promote up the chain, once we start getting in more people, you don't have to put the super chats for yourself. You could put the super chats in for anybody else if you want them to get the higher score. So it is actually extremely hot where I am right now because I closed the window because there was construction going on earlier. So I'm dying over here. I have to open up the window, and I'm going to do that right now. But while I'm doing that, Gio, is there any video that you want people to see that you're working on right now?
My recent one. Oh, that I'm working on right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I always have things on the go, but I think I'll upload something tomorrow, which is just a quick like iPhone like video where I discuss aesthetic posters. But no, I recently I did a lot of work on my recent video, which is on this Twitter thread, but it's more to do with the French decadent artist Toulouse-Lautrec, and so yeah, it's good. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the story I'm seeing on Twitter right now. So yeah, go to my YouTube channel. I'm just working on a bunch of stuff, as always. So a bunch of artwork, yeah, a bunch of articles.
I'm ready to share screen.
All right, here we go. I am going to allow you to share the screen. Go for it.
So this is the test, the Lev test.
The Lev test.
Okay, so you want to hide yourself, I guess?
Okay, so it's interesting. I see two windows over here that both have the same thing going on. So make this window bigger because there's a lot of extra space in here that we don't really need. So yeah, just keep moving all of that up. Once again, all the people watching this, subscribe, keep subscribing, and DM me on Twitter. This is, by the way, how you do this. So first you send the super chat over, and once you send the super chat, minimum $5 to get your astrology reading, then you send me...
Maybe you can put like a text window or something, like a notepad window over the info.
Yes, I'm going to do that right now. That is, but first let me see over here. Is this the extent, Michael, of the stretching? Just so I'm aware.
Let's go with that. So
all
there's
right.
a stretch. So go ahead and do the hide.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. I did the hide. Here we go. Okay, so this is fine. So this is my chart. I mean, hell, since you have my chart open, since we have. Oh, you know what? Let's save that for later, okay? I don't want to hog all the information out there. And now you guys see my astrological information, so you guys can put a curse on me if you want to. But now let us go to the next person, which would be Uberboyo. So that's going to be...
We're doing Uberboyo first?
We're doing Uberboyo, yes.
Okay. Did you send me the info?
Yes, just scroll up to the top, and you should have his info over here. And if not, I could send it to you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Where is Uberboyo?
Uberboyo is probably in Dreamland right now. So he is...
okay.
Yeah.
So here we go.
And you want me to read him, even though he's not on the show? Just checking.
Yes, because a lot of his fans are in the show today, so might as well give a... I mean, it doesn't have to be that long of a read, just like a nice quick read, anything interesting that pops up here. By the way, how many people who are watching this right now are fans of Uberboyo, came here from Uberboyo? Let me know in the chat. But anyway, here we go. So we got Uberboyo.
Okay, so Uberboyo. So you got his chart up here, but not his birth information.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you see my mouse right here?
Hold on. Let me move this thing a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So he's a Cancer ascendant. But more importantly, he's a Scorpio with a Pluto Scorpio down here. Now, you see this a lot in people who are really kind of deep. A lot of people, a lot of depth, complexity, psychology. Also, sometimes people with this can be... there's elements of... there's themes of sex and power and darkness and mystery, things like that. And it's down here in his fourth house area. And the fourth house is basically the house of... It's another house of psychology and depths. So there's there's a lot of digging. I'd say there's a lot of digging in this chart in regards to figuring out like what kind of person he is, or figuring out what other kind of people are. I have a friend like this who has a fourth house placement, and he's such a little therapist. That's the word I'm looking for. So you could say also with the Cancer ascendant, a lot of those Cancer ascendants, they're sensitive people on the surface, but in his case, it's funny because he's got this. So most of his chart is below the horizon, so it's a lot of psychology and a lot of inner subjective stuff. But he's got this one Aries moon up here, which is a rule of the chart. So this is essentially making this like a very deep person with a public, like a very strong public single point, if you will. So There's a lot of like kind of personal stuff going on, but then it's all concentrated to this moon in Aries. And and it's in the ninth house, so there's a lot of philosophy involved, a lot of learning, education. So it's kind of like the point of this chart is he's channeling all this stuff that he knows about himself and about psychology and about the depths, and kind of putting it out here in the public. So when you look at this chart, there's charts where people are more public, like they just want to be in the spotlight. There's a lot of inner work going on in the chart that is then projected outward. So yeah, there's just a lot of themes as it relates to therapy, psychology, the depths, understanding kind of the inner world. I mean, you could also interpret Scorpio, by the way, in terms of conspiracy theory. So
there we go. That makes sense.
Yeah. So because the problem is, well, there's so much digging in this chart. He might dig too much. But like it's probably like maybe a bit extreme. So this is also a chart of someone who's very focused, very intense, and it seems like he relates with a lot of weirdos.
Well, that explains a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're the weirdos.
Yeah. He's I don't know if he says this, but he's a bit of a softie. Yeah. He's got a lot of feelings, this person. And I'm not sure if it comes out in a sappy way. It's not a sappy feeling thing, but it might come off more as like an intense, like a passionate feeling kind of thing. But this is not the chart of like, interesting enough. I mean, this is more the chart of a feeler than an intellectual. Although I mean, there's intellectual stuff going on.
Well, he's very big into Nietzsche. Is this something that?
Oh yeah, well yeah, he's got, like I said, he's got the ruler chart up here in the ninth house, and I said the word philosophy. So there is philosophy. I guess what I'm saying is I feel like his driving force is more emotional. Like when you see a chart that's like overwhelmingly air and fire, then the motivation is just like the logic itself. But he has all this like watery stuff going on, so it's kind of like his motivation is very feely motivation. But then up here, he's like in public, he's more aggressive, he's more combative, he's more initiating, he's more courageous in public. And then also, he's got all this Sagittarius stuff, so it's very philosophical and whatever. But I think a lot of it has to do with kind of the feely nature. By the way, this double Scorpio over here is these people can be a bit vindictive. So I would not. I mean, I would not get on his bad side, or if you get on his bad side, he'll probably not talk to you again.
Well, we are good friends with Uberboyo here, so everything should be fine. By the way, the super chats are coming in. We got a Hopper who sent us 2,000 Huff, and apparently Huff is Hungarian forint, and that is $6.45 US. So
wow,
there we go.
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
I'm seeing some stuff now. So yeah, this is also the chart of someone who feels a bit compressed, like they feel contained in some way. So like I guess it's almost like their ego is suppressed, so they have to like kind of work harder in order to get their ego across. So there's definitely yeah. So
that explains it.
Yeah. And let's see. So, but one word I haven't used yet is the word. I'd say this person is a healer. So he's looking to heal. That's what I mean by the water elements. So when he's using philosophy, I mean, again, I don't even know this. I don't really know what he's about. I vaguely know what he's about, but I'd say like his end goal would be to use the philosophy to heal people. And that's why the water elements, and especially the Cancer stuff. And let's see. But yeah, this is so when I say public, I more mean public in terms of philosophy and education, because it's not in a 10th house. The 10th house is just being public for public's sake, whereas his is in a 9th house, which is more about his philosophy, education, lecturing, things like that. So this is more the chart where he's compelled to kind of speak in public. But it's not. It's more about the philosophy. It's more about the belief system, and it's less so about just being popular, just to be popular, because it's not in the 10th house. It's in the 9th house. What else? Yeah, I'd say. Yeah. So. Yeah, so because his moon is squaring Uranus over here, this is like an exact square. It basically means that he's dealing with like these like kind of like very disagreeable people, I guess you could say. And he's over here with his beliefs or philosophies, and he's dealing with these disagreeable people, and he can't really seem to get the two to go at the same time, like his beliefs and the disagreeable people. But it's like a constant interaction, and I think that's also why his moon is in Aries, which is more combative. Is this making sense? No,
I think this does make a lot of sense. So I think we can go from here right now to some others. Apparently, we got a very nationally socialist amount of money over here, which I'm just gonna say it's $14.89, okay, $14.87 from.
It's $14.88 left. Come on, isn't it?
Yes, from. From I can't even. Wait. Patrick Bateman, like the reverse Patrick Bateman. But listen, Patrick, I can only do this if you actually send. Okay, Discord works. Just a second. So apparently this is the front runner. So in comparison to Sneedicus 420, who sent 6.8,
Sneedicus,
and Hopper.
Sneedicus, Chuck and Sand.
Yes, and Hopper, who sent in 6.45, and Kronkix, who sent 5. This is the biggest amount right now. So we do have to bump him up the list, but before we bump him up,
I love how he like donated the biggest note just for the meme value of $14.88. Amazing.
So here we go. Let's see if we get it over here in Discord. I am checking this. Yes, I see it right over here.
Someone said in the chat, imagine if like there's gooners in the metaverse, and they like kind of like that one episode of Black Mirror where they're surrounded by television screens. Imagine like an infinity, or like that one music video by, I think it was The Offspring, where they had like all those like cameras, they're like in a camera cage. It's like, imagine gooners, but like the screens are like all around you all the time.
Interesting. And by the way, of course he has an anime avatar.
Oh, of course.
Of course, yes. I don't know, like Gio, could you explain to Michael why is it that more of the, let's say, spicier people on Twitter like having the anime avatars?
I think it's because, now, first of all, there is a lot of like leftoids and communists that also have anime avatars. It's not like furries that are pretty universally left-wing. But I think like the far-right anime thing, it's because they have... I mean, aesthetically, it is sort of like more like lush and more, like, let's call it archetypal. Like, I remember one anime person, I think Taimon on Twitter, was explaining how the anime is like the perfect ideal, like platonic form of a woman, kind of similar to like a Puvis de Chavannes painting, or like a sort of like a mannerist painting like El Greco. It's sort of like the perfect ideal shape of a woman. At least this is what these anime weebs were talking about. But also I think it's because Japan is like almost like an exoticist perfect state for the right. It's kind of like a semi-ethno state that is like urbanized and kind of futuristic. So it's sort of like the far right, like Lotus Land, if you will. Although people say in Japan it's not like either like based or red pilled or like some kind of like, I don't know, weird, whatever, like the left grafts onto Japan. It's sort of like, but they managed to escape like Western political categories. I think that's what it is. And like anime, there's more nuance in terms of like their willingness to explore like more things like traditional relationships, and it's not as like blatantly political as like Western anime. It's not Western anime. I mean Western animation, like cartoons, because like in Japan they do definitely have like quote unquote like what the far right would consider like quote unquote degenerate forms of anime, right? Like they have yaoi and stuff, but like they've had sort of like anime that was created by women, or like anime that is like LGBT for like such a long time that it's like its own thing, and it's not like a big deal in terms of like making a spectacle out of it. Like, this Disney character is the first trans Disney character or whatever.
By the
what
way,
it is.
so Michael, you have the new entry, and by the way, we have all 4 slots filled out, but what you can do is you can bump somebody off if you send in more than $5. So I don't want to bump Croin Kicks, especially because Croin Kicks is one of the few people that actually supports me, because he had the following he had the following message with his $5, which is, hold on, what is it here? It is what Lev is saying is based. Thank you so much. Finally. Okay, so Croin Kicks. Somebody support Croin Kicks, or Croin Kicks send in more so that nobody bumps you off.
Croin Kicks just said El Greco is like the like a lot of the excess is like the excessive expression of desire in anime for sure. Yeah, okay, so a lot of anime is very much like when I first started watching JoJo, it's kind of like a strong style like Japanese wrestling promo. Like every single speech is like a wrestling promo.
I need
the emotional expression. It's funny because there's this video, I think it's from the British Museum, of this guy who is a sinologist, and he was going through that's a real thing, sinology.
No, it just sounds funny to me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
No, but we do have to go. We do have to, because Michael's got a time limit here. So yeah.
No, but just really quickly. Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
So is this the Patrick Bateman?
Yes, Patrick Bateman has the biggest amount right now, and
Patrick Bateman?
And we currently
Is that like a celebrity? I'm just curious.
No, that's from American Psycho.
American Psycho.
That's the name of the character from American Psycho, played by.
What's his name?
It's someone who is not Patrick Bateman, who is identifying as Patrick Bateman.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
From American Psycho.
Yes.
Who's the actor? What's his name, the actor?
There's a lot of murder in this chart. A lot of murder here. I mean, because do you want me to read it?
Go for it.
Okay, yeah, because I see this moon and Pluto. By the way, this. Oh, let me just. I can't announce the time. I'm just double checking. Yeah, I mean, so when you have Pluto and Moon together, there's some intense feelings, extremely intense, maybe even a bit destructive. Sometimes it comes out in the woman. Like if it's a man's chart, like the moon can represent the mother. So this could be like a super intense mother, or maybe like a intense and destructive the tendencies in himself, one or the other. And then to add extra fire to that is Jupiter over here, so which is essentially kind of ambition. So when you have Jupiter opposite Pluto, that's like large ambition, like seeing yourself as like this like grand power, but it's also opposite the moon, so it's like excessive emotion, excessive force, and then he's got this Mars up here right on the 10th house, so and again that's going to be putting a lot of energy into the public sphere, into recognition, into being out in the public, or it could be the career. But it's interesting because it, like, he has this like, well, first off, this, like I said, it's like that super aggressive, super intense personality with having no trouble at all being aggressive in public with the Mars up here, being an action oriented individual, and because it's in Gemini, it could have there could be a lot of communication in public. But interesting enough, it's almost like he has like a compulsion, like there's this intense energy. Then he goes out in a public, but then down here in the 4th house, got that sun in the 4th house. So even though he's like being this intense person who's aggressive in public, he kind of needs time to just be by himself, like at home. Like that's where he's most comfortable.
Like Patrick Bateman.
Yeah. So, and it's funny because so Capricorn is, wait, American Psycho, the guy was a banker or no? Oh,
He was a corporate. Yeah.
Corporate, kind of like a
actually
son of a rich guy. Yeah.
Yeah, because the sun here is in Capricorn, and so Capricorn is banking. So often, like someone who's a sun in Capricorn likes to have like traditional jobs like banking and finance and things like that. So another element here that shows that again with the intense feelings, it's also very intense with the relationship because he's got the Venus in Scorpio. So he's got the Venus in Scorpio, and then he's got the Moon conjunct Pluto. I mean, I don't know what kind of women he's dealing with, but like, goddamn, I mean, this is like as intense as you can get here.
Like the women, you mean? Like what type of women? Like
could be his mother, could be his girlfriend, could be, yeah. I mean, it's just
real terrible mother archetype going on.
Yeah. There could definitely be a terrible mother archetype going on here. And so let me think. But on the surface, he's actually pretty humble on the surface because he's got this Virgo ascendant. So he's definitely, one of those perfectionist types, self-critical, those kind of things. So I would imagine the intensity is channeled into, in some ways, is channeled into making himself a better version of himself. And yeah, he's definitely like a very probing individual. Maybe definitely somewhat like, when I said could be a Patrick Bateman, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you'd see in a chart for someone who has dark tendencies. So there's definitely we know there's dark tendencies in this chart. It's just a question of how they get channeled. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. So there's definitely elements here where he's more private and he doesn't share who he is on a private level. Like he on one hand he's out there being very chatty in the public, but then his true self is more hidden from the public.
Look at what Jug said. I don't know if it's Jugs on Twitter or Jugs our friend Jugs. Dude has an anime avi and identifies as Patrick Bateman. Don't need an astrology chart to show he has a problem with his mother. Holy fuck. Oh man, Christian Bale, that was the actor. I was spacing out for a minute. Christian Bale.
Well, it's just a little weird because this does literally look like a chart that a Patrick Bateman
would have. Yeah.
Oh, and it's funny because now that you mentioned, because in that movie the guy's like a perfectionist, and the way, and he has
extreme
this Virgo
perfectionist.
Yeah, he's got this Virgo ascendant, and that's a sign of perfection. So someone who has a Virgo ascendant would be the most critical on the surface.
God.
Yeah, so it's just it's like pushing my interpretation in that direction.
He's literally one of those like Twitter memes that always blows up every month, where it's like dudes go on Twitter and base their personality on one of these characters, and it's always like Patrick Bateman, Travis Bickle, Tony Soprano, the Joker, Arthur Fleck. So it's like he based his personality on Patrick Bateman. So,
yes. So I mean, yeah, this is okay. So if this person is on the internet arguing with people or being aggressive, this is definitely a great chart.
And his
yeah.
And his birth time is near the witching hour. I'm not going to give it away, but
it's he would be a great bully. He would be this chart would be a great bully. That's what I mean by intense power. Like he, I would recommend this chart. He probably should bully people, because if he doesn't, he might
go into the corporate world,
go into somewhere darker.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got a pretty big ego too, or at least he's got an overactive mind. Maybe he talks too much.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Typical anime Avi.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Chronic said that Jack Kirby was also into hookah. Oh, that explains anime. Because anime is like a weird mix of American and Japanese, like, it's like neo-Japonism, but like America instead of Britain and France. So, but yeah, the anime avies, I think that's probably, a lot of them do have this, like, the tendencies that you're describing. I'm friends with a lot of them, but, yeah.
Geo, how much is 20 Canadian dollars to USD? That would be
It's like
16
$16 American.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to have to turn
No,
that.
I could be wrong. It's like closer to.
Yeah, it's 16.12. So.
Oh fuck! I came out of the top of my head. Jeez.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's still, even though it's not 20, it's still a lot, and it's more than anybody else. So that would be Symbologist, and Symbologist was kind enough to just write in all his stuff here, so we don't even have to hide this. 23 October 2001, Montreal, Vive le Québec libre. So
Yeah.
there we go. So
Jugs, what are you doing, by the way?
So let me send this to
See Jugs in the chat. So it is Jugs, our friend Jugs, not Jugs from Twitter.
Yes.
But
yeah, one more thing I just want to point at this chart. So not only does he have this opposition, he also has what we call a T-square. So you can see this down here. So it's essentially, when it's a T-square, it's just these three planets that are in a big T, and it's pointing at this Mercury. And the Mercury is things like communication, thinking, talking, perception. So, but it's interesting because it's down there in the fourth house, which is like more private. It's more like inward. So I would imagine that this person probably does an aggressive amount. Well, again, there's something going on in private with this person, like they're the thoughts, but then it's coming out in public with the Mars up here. But yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Do any of you know this person?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, are they on the chat?
Let me see what they have to say.
maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to just put that name in there again. Although, see, the problem is that this guy, he writes in backwards, like Patrick Bateman. He writes it in backwards. Here we go. So let me see if the reverse of Patrick Bateman's name has anything to say about the whatever we were saying right now. And once again, all the people subscribe.
What do you mean he writes in reverse?
No, because the actual username is like Patrick Bateman, but it's written in reverse. So
Patrick. Oh fuck.
yeah, so we only had one reply from him at 6:31. Implying there's an issue with Tanya de Gurushev avatar. So, and that's it. So I don't know where you are. I don't know if this was all just like too close to home for you or whatever, but either way, you asked for it. You asked for it, you got it. This is what we do here at BTR.
I think, like I said, I think this person is a bit of a troll.
There you go. That explains it.
So this might be a troll read. But anyway, should I move on to the next?
Well, here's the thing. I was going to say yes, but apparently, coming from behind, we got Tux Loves You, who donated one other $5. So it's actually not going to be the Symbologist, because by giving $5 more, that turns 15 into 20, which means Tux is currently in the lead. This feels like a fucking horse race. Okay, here we go. So Tux is in the lead right now with $20. I'm going to see what exactly Tux sent me. Tux, you better have sent me something here. Okay, Tux, what are you doing? You have to send me the birth date, time, and all that. You send in the most, but now you got to send me the details or else I cannot do it. So birth, date, time, and location now. Here we go. All right, so sorry about that, Michael. Okay, we got another from Hopper, 4,000 huffs. Let's see. Oh, he sent it on Twitter. Okay, here we go. I am sending this to Michael right now. Here it is, Michael Scotto. So this one over here, this one is for Tux. Not the Montreal one, but the other one. So
okay,
there we go.
So now we're doing Tux.
Yes, and also Tux is one of our great patrons, patreon.com/breaktherules. That's one other thing about him. So there we go.
That's great.
That means he's got to be a good person. So just right there, you know.
Okay. By the way, you cannot see what I'm writing right now.
Oh no, I do see.
No, I mean on the share screen or whatever.
It's getting
Yeah,
cold here.
yeah, I saw a little bit, but here, let me just raise it up higher. Okay, now I don't see it.
Gotta love that confidentiality.
Yes. Yes,
Privacy
exactly.
rules.
Oh, and over here we have Patrick Bateman finally replying. I appreciate the read. It was accurate in more respects than it wasn't. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Oh wow.
This chart is almost the total opposite, I think. If I'm.
Hold on. I'm still trying to put it in.
And Hopper just sent in a lot more money right now, so let's see if after Tux he's going to be here. So that's $12.89 from Hopper, adding on to his 6.4. So that's what it is exactly.
$20. Oh, thank you. Wow. The ABC.
Okay.
ABC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So I wonder. Oh man. So we have it for this one. We have like an estimated time. But if the time was slightly earlier, it would change the meaning of the chart. So I'm curious about that. So I'll try to do it without. So yeah, I'd say that this person is a very like particular precision type artist. A lot of precision going on here. A lot of being specific. Things that have to do a lot of focus on work. Routines, health, and so they're like, this person is like quite harmonious is the way to, like, it's that this is more of like a lover, not a fighter kind of thing. Well, it depends if the time was later or not. They have more of a fighting edge, but I think like maybe their ego is more of a smooth ego. And they really have an appreciation for aesthetics and harmony and balance.
Nice.
Things like that. So this is a male.
Is it a male?
Oh,
we
yes.
Don't know.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
no. I know. Yes.
Yeah.
Implying women watch this show.
So the type of masculinity that this person has is they want to look good, like they want to have they want to have nice clothes, they want to have nice hair, they want to be pretty, basically.
Metro.
Yeah. I think this is a really good metro.
Pretty boy
chart. They love to be the center of attention. They love to hear about themselves. They're a bit of a performer.
Bit of a queen.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking for. They're a bit queenish.
Oh God, I wonder if you can guess their religion. By the way, that will be an interesting. I don't know if the stars would.
Look what no one said in the chat. Let's get John David Ebert on to talk about astrology and women. Oh my God, that'd be terrible. No, I would. No, actually, we want to get John David Ebert on to talk about art, but whatever you do, don't mention women around him. I swear to God, it's not good. So go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
So yeah, I'd be curious to know, like, obviously this person probably has some kind of craft that they're, some kind of something that they're good at, or something that they have a particular skill in, and that's definitely a focus in this chart. There is the creative aspects, which I mentioned, especially the performer aspect, the art aspect. So, like I said, they definitely like pretty things. This person's not afraid of. They're not afraid of like going into the depths. It's obviously less extreme than the other chart. Definitely some strong elements of travel going on here. Or if it's not travel, like you guys said that he's religious, so Sagittarius stuff usually translates to the religion or belief system or travel. And so,
any negative are you sensing is there a polarity, like a negative side to this chart, or is it more just positive, like creativity? But I guess sensitivity would be, yeah.
Well, I think there's definitely an ego problem going on.
Yeah.
There's definitely yeah, so overindulgence might be a word here. There's a lot of overindulgence. Like too much sugar, too much candy, too many relationships.
Very like extroverted then, like almost like as a crutch almost, you could say.
Yeah, like too much reliance on relationships going on here.
There you go.
Now, again, I don't know what this person's ascendant is because of the estimated time, but if it was the accurate time, then it's almost like this person is very other. They're very other person focused. Like they're lacking. They're so focused on relationships and other people that they don't take enough time to like focus on their own personality. Be like a potential negative here. Like there's so much emphasis on other people. And what other people think would be one.
Look at McGee in the chat. Please, love, please, love, please. I'm not hurting Wangey money.
Yeah.
Potentially a drinking problem or a drug problem.
Oh my God! How can you do? Oh fuck! How did you like figure it? No, but like, okay, for those who aren't astrologers, please. How can you deduce a drinking or a drug problem, a dependency issue? Is it just like the way that how does that line up? Like, yeah.
He might have like a drinking or drug problem or sleep too much or something like that, and then like he might be a bit like he might like combine drugs and risk at the same time. Or something, like his actions are a bit sporadic.
Because
so he's kind of impulsive. He's impulsive. That's the word I'm looking for.
Interesting.
Impulsive to the extent that it could be dangerous at times.
Oh, Jugs is saying because the Pisces in 12th, Pisces Saturn in 12. Oh, that's.
I was saying that because his Mars is squaring Neptune, and Neptune is the ruler of drugs and alcohol.
Geocharts indicating eating problem. Oh fuck.
He what?
So Peter Thiel in the chat said Geo's chart indicates an eating problem. Holy fuck.
And that is the real Peter Thiel, by the way.
Oh man.
That is the real Peter. Apparently,
this is what he does now.
Gives people money to troll certain online figures certain thinkers of ironies who have it all figured out with Peter Thiel. He sends people like me and you, Lev, to go and troll them. So
yes, exactly.
That's or in certain cases humiliate them on live streams. So that's Peter Thiel's getting bang for his buck.
I wonder if this guy is dating someone that he works with. But yeah, so there's a lot of like relationships at work or work situations going on here. Yeah,
that could be a risk in itself, though, when you think about it. You know. Oh my God! People are trying to crush McGee, by the way. In the chat. What a bidding war!
This person is definitely preachy or religious. One of the two.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, like it's funny that how like the ability to be seen and perform also correlates in this case with religiosity.
There we go.
Which is kind of weird, because like I guess in a way like you have to like have a certain magnetic personality.
Like I guess like this is the kind of person who might say something like "you are nothing before the eyes of God," like something like that. The diminishing of the individual and the expansion of the godly entity. Like that's something that would happen in this chart. And and when I said drug problem, it could also be a religion problem.
Oh, that could be, yeah.
Yeah. So because Neptune is religion, so he might he might have a conflict between his sense of masculinity and his devotion to religion.
Interesting.
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe like he feels that certain masculine expressions conflict with his religious beliefs. That could be. And you figure
But
like the
these two- yeah.
relationship. Oh man.
He's too busy being a pretty boy though. So
There you go.
Oh man. By the
Yeah.
way, this definitely is a bidding war. So symbologist right now. Let me see.
Saint
There was
Agartha.
Hold on, let me see here. So symbologist has 21.83 before, but now plus 699, 28.82. So he is still behind CMG links and the ABC 123. So basically, symbologist, whatever you gave. Oh, wait, no, this is Canadian dollars. So either it's better or it's worse. Sorry, that was false calculation. Let me do it one more time. So this is Canadian USD. That would be how many? Oh, that's even less. So yeah, so thank you so much for that particular donation, symbologist, but you did not move yourself up or down in that list. So, and by the way, there's some weird fuckery going on with the screen right now. So that I'm gonna adjust that in a bit. Don't you worry about that. The screen is fine. I just moved something by accident. So let's see. I'm going to add then the ABC 1 to 3. That's symbologist. Okay, let me do this. 21 point. Hold on. Let me go back here. Sorry. 1 second. Okay, here we go. 21.83. That was the previous one. And now I'm going to add the 563, 27.46. That is how much you have over here. So you didn't really change your position.
That is something that you know who would say in the chat, though. This stream sucks. Oh, man.
Okay. So apparently Patrick Bateman has sent 15 Canadian dollars and says, "Get Mr. Sneed his reading." So
yeah,
that would
but
be
you comparing like American to Canadian, like say if they have a currency, like you doing this all by USD. So like
yes, I'm doing it all by USD. So I'm
you're
converting
totally
it.
fucking our international fans.
No, I have to because
What
it all
a fucking grifter you are.
it all
Holy
has
crap.
the same.
The nose comes out right now.
It all has the same. Gio, what the fuck do you want me to do? These are the worldly rates right now.
I
So
guess so, because say if like we have a viewer in Japan that sends in like 1,000 yuan, is it yuan?
Yeah, that's not $1,000.
No,
So,
exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
so it is
so-
kind of
You're-
yen in
Gio-
Japan.
Yeah, Gio, you're just looking.
Yeah, sorry,
You're
yuan
just
is
looking.
Chinese.
You're just looking for any excuse to go for like the nose thing. Anyway,
No, but Canadian dollars, I guess you'd have to also measure it by like. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
okay. So apparently this means that
Let's just do
Sneedicus-
McGee because I feel sorry for him.
Well, no,
Let's do McGee.
Sneedicus. That is McGee. I think McGee is Sneedicus. So here we go.
okay.
He is on top. He is at $32.
Sneedicus, seed and sand.
Yes. So let me just bump these down
Wait,
over here.
so is this person that I'm reading on the chat? I just want to repeat for everyone who's
Yes.
getting a reading. Please let me know if I'm going in the right direction or not, because it helps me.
Yeah, determine the accuracy.
Well, it helps me because basically again the chart can be interpreted, right? So, if I know that I'm going down the right alley, it helps me like go further in that direction. But like for example, in this chart, like I do see like a lot of art and a lot of creativity and whatever, but like I don't know what kind of artist this is. Or I see like the religious aspect or the strong over the top belief system, but I don't know like which belief it is specifically. I see the preachiness. I see the dramaticism.
Maybe his calling is to be like a preacher. That could be like a revival tent sort of deal. That could be interesting.
I wouldn't. I would not. I think he's too like his beliefs. Like he's overconfident and he needs to like tone his confidence down. Like his belief system is too strong and he needs to like scale it back a little bit. That's where I would.
Yes, in the time that you gentlemen were talking, there's been another switchover. But so now we have currently...
Lev, you have a money counter?
No, I just use the Calculate app on my on the computer. So here, okay. So now
people are saying the screen looks weird though. It
I
does
know.
kinda look
I'm gonna fix the screen. Hold on. I only have 2 hands over here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. So hold on 1 second. I
It's
believe
like glitchy.
we have.
There's like no BTM at it right here.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. So ABC 123 has the lead right now. I think. No. Hold on. Yeah. 36. Okay. So apparently ABC still has the lead. 36. Anybody else here? Symbologist, I think, is right afterwards with $33.09, followed by Sneedicus 420. So let me also change the numbers
Look at the
here.
people we've had in the chat, like the famous people. We've had Barry Weiss, Peter Thiel. Now we have Jimmy Fallon a fish. Oh my! Is it like the like are people in the Bohemian Grove, like in the email list, are they sharing the link to BTR now? I don't know. Is Peter Thiel sending his friends in the chat?
Probably so. Okay, hold on. Let me just make one.
I didn't know that about Barry Weiss as a lesbian.
Yeah.
I could save her though. I could save her.
Yes, you can. Okay, one final change here. Okay, let me check. Okay, so we're good. Okay. So now the ABC 123, that is the. I remember you said that you actually sent it here in the chat. Can you send it in the chat one more time for me, please? Because there is so much scrolling I have to do to find it. And you said that you could just send it right in the chat. While you're doing that, I'm going to fix the banner. And while I'm fixing the banner, Gio, please shill our Patreon. Just for a second.
Okay, yes. Patreon.com/breaktherules, all one word. Is it still the 3 lev or no? It's just the break the rules. You can get for $5 you will support us. You will get access to our Percolator Discord. $20 you will get a signature magnet from Lev's father. I think we still have the no, we don't have the Brittany Venti butterfly anymore. We have something else.
No. We have the butterfly. The butterfly is still there.
$30 you will get a print from the That Feel One No GF series. One of 5 prints that I will send you at random. Although if it's one of the smaller prints, I'll probably give you 2 of the smaller ones. $50 you will get all of that plus a poster print of your choosing of any episode you want. You will get a custom magnet that Lev's father will make within reason, of course. You know, you're not going to get like a dragon dildo magnet or whatever. Maybe you will get a Sunnered if you ask extra nicely. You will also get a Warhammer 40k figure. You will get same like 2 prints from me, and you will also get another painting of a Bob Ross painting that I do. I used to just splurge out a million of them because I think on my height I got down to like 10 minutes for one like a small like sketch version of a Bob Ross painting. So you will get that. You will also get I forget something.
Well, it's okay that you forgot because
maybe get appearance and break the rule. That could be a $50 tier thing.
Yeah. Well, we are gonna have a BTR event coming up real soon. Patrons only. So anyway, here we go. Michael, you got the second to last reading over there. That is from the ABC 123, who has like $38. So there we go.
Wait, hold on. One last thing about this
chart.
I wanted to comment on this person suffers from communication issues. So they have like either they're shy or it's difficult for them to communicate, or they're more serious about communication. They're slow to communicate. And that is the type of thing that gets better with time with this, but there's probably a shyness initially.
And let me see if Tuck said anything here related to this. I'm not seeing it in the sushi bar, but in the BTR chat.
Look at this. Lev has 2 hands, and they're both in the Goyam's pocket. Well, I mean, this is a donation stream, so...
Yes, you are the ones who are donating. Don't forget that.
Like that A Man comic with it's like the landlord and like the welfare. Never mind.
By the way, I might as well say it right now. I said it in private, but I might as well say it right now. That meme where the Jewish father constantly like downgrades the amount of money his son asks for. That is complete bullshit. That is complete bullshit because Jewish fathers are very... Wait, I think I already said it in the stream, didn't I? Jewish fathers, so basically they spoil their kids rotten.
That was like that the one line from Duddy Kravitz, the movie, where at the end of the working in the summer at that pleasure lodge in Montreal, or outside of Montreal, they all like gave him, his tips, right? And he's like, maybe I give more. The main guy, Bernie Farber, he's like, maybe I give more than 11 over here, but who's counting? It's like, he just had to chide him like that. Oh man.
And one last thing before we begin, this is the second to last one over here.
Remember, if you want your reading, you better pay up.
Yes, this is it.
Like that famous painting. You bet. Oh man.
Here,
a riot.
Here, I think I actually figured out a way I could properly sort it. I'm just going to write like the letter X right before the ones that were already done, so that way I could just sort it. So there we go. Michael,
Jung
do your
says
stuff.
it's kind of impossible to do a chart reading without birth time. Why is birth time so important? Why is that like the most? Is there like an explanation?
Well, there's several dimensions of time, right? And that's the one that's the most precise. It's the smallest one, so it helps you get more precise in the reading. By the way, side note, I did buy Ethereum entirely based on astrology, and I am literally like
a millionaire right now.
2% away from 100% return right now.
So
yeah, this is the second time that I did this, by the way. So
nice.
Anyway, so okay, so am I reading ABC?
Yes.
So ABC, so we don't have the time here, or we don't have an accurate time. But yeah, so there's some emotional suppression in this chart. So either that they don't allow their emotions out, or they're more responsible or more mature about it. Like they're slower to release their emotions. Like they can't really get emotional satisfaction here. So the other thing would be, yeah, I guess you could say also it requires more effort for them to get their willpower across. So and it's interesting because they have this suppressed emotion at the same time that they also have this like very like large ego. Like yeah, there's definitely like a large ego or desire to like expand the self, like very like to like a magnificent scale, if you will. So this person also has the same things with all the precision, all the being particular, nitpicky, self-criticism, health routines, emphasis on work. And see, so yeah, there's a lot of conflict here. Let's see. Some of their relationships can be an intense ordeal, maybe an explosive ordeal, and I think that's probably related to why they try to keep their emotions in check. Because of the relationships that blow up, their emotions are kind of held at bay. And I think that one thing that they might want in response to this emotional suppression is maybe they want, I guess you could say, I don't say the word chaos, but maybe disruption might be the word. So interesting. So yeah, they have this big T square here, which is this the Saturn, the Uranus, and the Moon. And yeah, that's not an easy one. So they're trying to coordinate their emotional sense, their sense of individuality, and then their sense of having it, like putting things in a structure. So there's like an emotional kind of an inner state that wants to express, that wants to talk about, like to get on the stage, to be theatrical, and wants to be innovative. That's a word that I'm looking for. They want to be innovative, but it's hard for them to be innovative because of authority, because of rules, because of structure. And kind of their solution to this is kind of like maybe like an overblown sense. It's almost like it's like an overblown sense of humility. It's like egotistical humility. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I'm so humble. I'm so much more humbler than you.
So in other words,
are.
they're a total square. No.
Yeah.
Like humility is like a mask for, like, they want to be egotistical. They want to like be self-assertive, but it's like, yeah.
Like, I guess maybe they're overconfident, or they're egotistical about the skills that they have. Or
but
like
they have to mask it.
Yeah. And but in here is like this sense of they want to perform, they want to be on a stage, and they want to be innovative, but they're coming up against the established norms and like what is normal, and especially as it has to do with things that relate to money, I'd say. Like maybe they want to be an actor, but it's hard to be an actor because it doesn't pay, like something like that. And they're like very confident in their skills, but they want to take this individuality that they have and this sense of innovation, and being like a different, and then put it into something that is more conventional. But it's like there's this song from this band that I like, and they basically said in the lyrics they were saying that they had to sell themselves in order to like get on the stage. Like this is kind of like it's saying something like that. Like what they're saying, when we started, we had this like really innovative, like forward thinking ideas, and now that we had to fit it in, we had to give a lot of that up, and it's like now we're like almost ashamed of ourselves. Like that, there's that kind of
and ABC says, so don't be humble. He asks.
No, I mean the humility in this. Okay, the skills in this chart are strong. The problem is that he might be overconfident about how strong they are. So, for example, let's say his skills are in actuality are like a 7, but he thinks that his skills are like a 9. That's going to be a problem. But skills at level 7 is still pretty good. It's still like better than 5.
But it's not like transcendent next level genius. It's just
exactly,
like it's very good. It's like,
yeah, so he has the luck, he has the ability to, like, there is a sense where he is able to like expand his ego, but maybe he kind of expands it too much beyond the boundary. And you know, that's essentially like a type of narcissism is kind of another way to look. There's some narcissism in here. But again, it's not like, I think that narcissism probably connects to the fact that this person probably feels that they're like a unique person, and because they see themselves as so different than other people, then that's related to the kind of the ego that goes a bit too far, or sees themselves as larger than life.
So you can go into like a diva complex almost, like.
Yeah, and I think that's possibly why there's like the emotional blockage here, because they can't really. They have this big image of themselves, and they can't really get to the big image, so that they're not getting the emotional.
Yeah, it's not like a magnanimity where it's like, you could do great things and you do them and you're not ashamed of them. It's more of like you want to get to that level of competency, but it's more of like like I don't know, you're like, it seems like you're saying he's selling wolf tickets, you know what I mean? Like he could like do more. He's like saying he could do more than, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's not that he can't do things, it's just that when he tries to do things, he comes up against great difficulty.
Oh, I see.
And so because he comes up against the great difficulty, he has to be even more innovative and more different and more eccentric. So he's always changing his emotional position in order to try and find something that he can fit into the mainstream. But the mainstream is always on him.
Oh shit!
Like this is like he's got the issues. Like the mainstream will not leave him alone. So the question is, how does he take all this innovation and fit it into the mainstream? And you could say into the rules, into an authoritative, like maybe has like an authoritative parent that's like disapproving or something like that, or there could be some of that. But let me go back to Patrick Bateman for a second. You can see here that like this is not a violent chart in comparison. Like the Patrick Bateman was just screaming violence. This chart is not screaming violence. So I just wanted to you guys to see how different some of these charts can be. I think in regards to the humility, I think if you tell this person to change, they will change. They will definitely change if they're seeking the feedback. So if you give them the feedback, they will respond to the feedback. So maybe they respond to the feedback and then their vision or their vision of the self goes larger, and then they try to match that vision, but then they hit another wall. Then they go back and get some more feedback and some more criticism. But I do think that this person would be pretty interesting in terms of whatever art they're trying to perform. Whatever thing they're trying to create, I think it is. Yeah.
You know, it is very difficult when you're a creative type to like be told that you have to do better, and like you go back to the drawing board, and it's like, I don't know, it is a blow to the ego. It's like, oh fuck, you know, like, man, I suck. But like it is like very hard. It is very difficult, like especially if you have like an identity around the particular pursuit that you're doing. But
Patrick says here, I just want to clarify that I have never been charged with any violent crimes. LOL.
Oh man! Like even today, I was trying to do this. Was trying to draw this portrait of I don't know if you know her on Twitter, Elf Cup, but like her face is very like manneristic, so it's like very difficult to get the details just right. So I'm like, oh, and like I'm just like getting somewhat competent with portraiture, so it's like, oh fuck, you know. It's then like my buddy Matthew, who's a way like next level portrait artist. You know, it is difficult to like take criticism, you know, because you feel like you're getting piped, right? It's like, oh fuck, you know. But anyways, Jugs apparently has moved Sneedicus to the lead out of just pure mercy of seeing that this guy is dying out in the chat. He is just begging to have his chart read. So Lev, I think we have to give him mercy killing right now. We have to read Sneedicus's chart.
Yes, and by the way, Hopper, you are this close to getting a private reading because the cutoff is $20.
You can totally fuck over Sneedicus at the last
Holy
moment,
shit!
Right?
I already did $13.99 Canadian.
Sneedicus ain't doing too good.
So,
God.
Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Michael, unfortunately, looks like he's been topped. So I don't know what to do.
He's fighting for his Jugs. He's fighting for his life.
So, unfortunately, I'm going to have... Well, fortunately for...
It's like that promo, and like I don't like... It's like, I don't like, you know, the current iteration of Kenny Omega in AEW, but there was this one promo where after he won... in 2016, he won the G1 Climax tournament in Japan. In New Japan, he's like, you have your dreams, and you're striving, and you're just about to take the title. then someone like me comes along and snatches it from you. It's like, oh man.
I mean, okay, let me do like this, okay? Going
Let's just
once...
do. Come on, we got to do Sneedicus though. That's.
About ABC, I want to add that
Yeah, go ahead.
he might have had an unstable home life, maybe a erratic mother potentially, but essentially that's also like there's a lot of independence there. There's like a lot of like coldness and independence. Is another way to read that.
I'm sensing a lot of mommy issues among the BTR listenership. That's not
Yeah.
good.
I mean, yeah, it's funny because I see less father issues in this than mommy issues. This is more of a mommy issue.
Like
So,
mommy. People don't
Yeah.
talk. I think as much as like people absolutely despise her, like Radfem Hitler did have a good point the other day where she's like, people don't talk about men who have mommy issues. Because, like, the thing is like, a woman that has daddy issues is, like, yeah, it's stereotypical. A woman that has mommy issues, I think, is far worse, in my opinion. But a man who has mommy issues, which is quite common, that is, like, yeah. Because the mother and the son is such a powerful archetypal force, you know, like, the relationship between Mary and Christ, for instance. But when that relationship is corrupted, then, like men who have mommy issues, I hate to say it, not very good. And I myself, you know, I mean, I think every Italian man has issues with their mother, but you know, that's very true. I mean, it's like this weird love-hate thing. We're mama's boys, but like we resent the fact that we're mama's boys, right, Michael? That's
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, I knew it. Yeah, there you go. No, but men with mommy issues is not very good. I hate to say it, not good. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's usually the opposite sex parent.
Yeah,
that
is
more important.
Yeah,
I think that's because that's okay. So that's the side that of you that you're most unfamiliar with. And when the side of you that you're most unfamiliar with is like you have a weak connection to it, it can create more damage.
Yeah, that's
so
because
men
I think.
are, yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Michael.
So men are not moon people, right? So if we see this,
no, we're solar.
We're solar, right? So if our moon is afflicted, then one, we're not in touch with our moon to begin with, and then the mother is like not there. That's like double whammy, right? So an inverse to women.
Yeah, I think there's proximity there when it comes to the same sex because like when it comes to wait, I'm just typing. This is the new Radfem Hitler at Hyperborean Turf. Hyperborean Turf. But no, I think it's because when it comes to like the maternal being corrupted in a man's life, it's very like the opposite sex tends to, because when it comes to men in general, like not usually, even if you have a perfect relationship with your father, there is still like that instinct of like, I want to overcome my father eventually. So it's like, that's just natural for men to like have somewhat of a resentment towards your father. It's like you want to go above them because that's like what has driven the sort of male psyche, like the male soul forever, right? But when it comes to like your mother, that's kind of like a lot of mothers have like a terrible power to become like a total oppressive force in their sons' lives. It's like the typical like Livia Soprano type of thing is like, you know, 10 times worse than anything else, right? Like your father could absolutely beat the fuck out of you, but that's like nothing compared to like having an emotionally manipulative mother, right? Like that's, you know, like in fact, Tony, like he praised Johnny Boy for like setting him straight, right? But there was that one episode where he was talking about AJ. He's like, I hate my own son. He was like, he's in this chit chat room and he's like, he like fucking scowls at AJ, like laughing like a little girl in the chit chat room. But then Melfi said to Tony, he's like, isn't it ironic that you chastise his mother, Carmela, for protecting him when you wish that your mother would protect you from your father? So that's like, you know, I always have to bring things about Sopranos. My God, every
By the way,
fucking stream with the Sopranos.
We have one more donation from Sneedicus, this time from the ABC. So the former.
Did he win?
Well, let me see. Okay, so that's $5 US, and Sneedicus he had 58.5 Did
you factor in Jug's donation for him, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then wait, hold on. Valid input. What the hell? Okay, 58. Well, hold on. 58.
You know,
59,
Ma,
66,
if you were born before those
63.
feminists, you would have been the gangster.
All right, hold on. So this is 63, and then another one from Kroinix, $5. This is for Sneed. Yeah, so then that's gonna be
the whole chat. They're all in it for Sneedicus now.
68. Okay, here we go. 68. An upset comeback kid victory for Sneedicus, who has 68. 96. So here we go, guys. Sneedicus did it, and you guys have yourselves to thank. So Michael Scotto, Sneedicus, I sent it to you before. You see in the chat, right on top there. There we go. So that is for Sneedicus. Sneedicus is our number 4 over here. Here, let me clear up the numbers.
One more thing about this. I if I had to guess about ABC, I'd say that the father was very supportive, but the mother was erratic. Just a guess, but just wanted to put that out there. Anyway, so Sneedicus, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sneedicus. I love it. I'm always, every time I come on the show, I'm like so impressed by all these names that people come up with.
Well, do you know where that's from?
No.
It's from wait. Oh fuck, Symbologist 1399.
Wait,
Canadian.
did you just ask the sacred? There's a few sacred questions. One, who is Chris Chan? That one, what is Sneed? So, I don't know, Lev. Do you want to take it away?
Sure. So there are these two farmers, one named Sneed and one named Chuck, and
it's from the Simpsons episode where Homer goes back to his family.
I was supposed to say it, damn it.
Sorry,
okay,
sorry,
whatever.
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
but
so
you let off with the farmers, not that it's from the Simpsons. He's like, what? There's two farmers?
I don't even associate it with the Simpsons anymore, man.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
become its own thing.
Me neither.
Yes, but the idea is that Sneed is supposed to represent the spirit of earthly based and red-pilled fruitfulness, while Chuck is supposed to represent lecherousness.
No, Love,
yes,
no,
yes,
no.
Yes, because originally the farm was called Chuck's to Suck and Fuck before it was taken over by Sneed, who turned it into Feed and Seed. So he wants to seed the environment and feed the goats and the cows and the people, as opposed to sucking and fucking, which drains the life force out of you.
Okay, that is a very esoteric
no Nut
interpretation.
November. This is the No Nut November version of Sneed and Feed.
But the real version is that the creators, when they actually had legit writers at the time, like I think Conan O'Brien was the writer, they wanted to put in a joke, like they wanted to say, like find a way to say suck and fuck on television back when they had censorship, right? And so Sneed and Feed and suck and fuck, get it? So the reason it became popular in Chan culture is because it became a way to like avoid the mods, like avoid the janitors, the jannies. So if you want, like, you know how Mexico Brandon is kind of like Sneed? It's like that. It's like a metaphor for like basically evading the jannies that are going to ban you.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Sneedicus goes first, and then Symbologist, and then
By the
that's
way, what
it.
do you guys think of the Let's Go Brandon thing? I think it's stupid. I don't care about it. I don't care.
I mean, look, if it catches on with people, then there is a mimetic quality to it, so I don't know. But anyway, I want to respect Michael Scotto. I know that you don't have that much time.
Soon.
No, but Michael has been kind enough to say before, actually behind the scenes, I asked him, like, Michael, everybody is rooting for Sneed over here. Would it be possible to do one more? And he said yes, and I said nothing because I wanted
similar to
people
my chart. Holy crap! I think it's similar if I recall.
Yes.
No, I think you were Capricorn, right? You?
Capricorn, yeah, double Capricorn.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. There's only a moon in Capricorn here, but
okay.
But there's a heavy burden on Sneedicus.
Ooh.
Heavy burden. And the thing is, like, can he rise to the level of, like, this is kind of like one of those charts where it's like the story of a hero who, like, they need to become a great hero, but like if they fail, like everyone will die. Something like that. Yeah. So there's a heavy burden here. And and it doesn't necessarily mean that they will become the authority. But if they do, then they'll become an authority. But if they don't, then they'll fall from grace.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And so there's a lot of like personal development going on at the bottom, but this, the real theme of the chart really has to do with whether this person can rise to the occasion in terms of the demands that's placed on them, or the demand to be an authority of some kind. Now they're nowhere near that decision point in their life. They're far too young for that. They are, right now they're probably just having fun or thinking about romance or thinking about art or something like that. But I think later in their life, they'll have to rise to the occasion or not. So, there's some intense creativity here, and if they pursue the creativity, I think they'll make money from it, because they have both Venus and Mars in the second house, which is the house of money, and it's in Scorpio. So Scorpio is a sign of intensity. The only problem here is that it's squaring Neptune, so they have an imagination overload or drug overload or spiritual overload, and it's hard to incorporate those like really transcendent images into their art. Now, so this person is Sagittarius, so they got Sun Sagittarius, but it's conjunct Pluto in Sagittarius, so they're born with some heavy opinions. Very heavy.
Real quick, I just wanted to interrupt because Massive McGee says this is very accurate. Goddamn, Michael, you're good as hell. I've been going
gooder than hell.
I've been going through some major shit, and the art and romance is very accurate. I was about to send more when Lev said he was holding. God damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut. But yes, so there we go.
Wait, so the Massive McGee is the Sneed? Is that correct? Is that the same person? Okay.
Sneedicus.
Yes.
So, yeah, there's power in belief in this chart, power in education or a belief system, and the question is like, how can they channel this very, very strong belief or this kind of like well, first off, they have a strong sense of power. So I think that the strong sense of power that they have, like I said, it hasn't been channeled yet, but it's certainly there, and it's likely to come out in some kind of I guess like I said, like commentary, a belief system, religion. It's kind of like, for example, like Jon Stewart is a Sagittarius, so being a Jon Stewart is a Sagittarius activity, like being out there and like commenting on society. So, so he has a strong power there, and so there's definitely like well, first off, I think this person needs to travel. I don't know if they've ever traveled before, but they need to move around because it's going to be it's going to be inspiring for kind of their sense of self. So when they go abroad, if they have not gone abroad, it's going to be like a critical part of their personality is shaped and developed. So yeah, so I think I said before, like, yeah, like right now they're focusing on their art, and I think they're getting ideas about their art right now. So
wow,
probably more so than they've had it in a while. Now, I feel like that this person probably spends a lot of time at home reading or thinking or just learning what they can. It could even just be like watching YouTube videos or something, but something about acquiring knowledge. So they're very comfortable sitting at home and acquiring knowledge in some way. but I guess the thing is, how are they going to release that knowledge publicly? But that's to come later. They might have had a very powerful father.
Oh, wait, before the powerful father, he says planning to travel to Finland. What's going on, Michael? You're really good at this.
Maybe if you go to Finland, you could like hook up with Bleep Sama and punch him in the face for me. So
I would encourage this person to look into kind of dark art. So like what's like some examples of good like dark art? You know what I mean, Lev?
Oh yeah, like the kind of art. Well,
Yeah.
I was about to say my latest piece, werewolf, that I would count as dark
werewolf.
art. Yeah.
Yeah, anything that also the occult. If this person can make some occult art, that'd be pretty sweet, I think.
Oh man.
Yeah,
the
Some
next-
sigil
The next
paintings.
the next Owen Cyclops.
Yeah, there you go. Joan Crawford, in my opinion. What? What about Joan Crawford?
Yeah, there's something going on here. I don't know if their mother or their father was either I think their mother or their father either was like an authority over them or just an authoritative person out in the world. Like there's something about either the expectations from the parent or the parent is a powerful figure of some kind or a ruler of some kind, and it's hard for me. I mean, it looks like, I mean, I see it in both parents at least on this chart, but maybe the father here, if I had to guess. And yeah, there's well, so the mother is very rule bound, at least, like rule bound in terms of like it's less of a loving mother and it's more of a like you need to do the work type of mother. And then for the father, there's like a strong like a strong potential for power in the father, or a strong intensity in the father. So both parents probably have like the contribution of both parents is why there's like this need to be an authority in the chart, but the Saturn at the top of the chart like that. But I mean, undeniably that Saturn at the top chart is it's probably the loudest thing here.
He says won't reveal specific details, but you're on the right lines.
Okay,
Interesting.
Nice. So yeah,
Yeah.
So having either powerful or authoritative parents definitely influence this person. And eventually they'll have to own up to that. They'll have to match that. They'll have to kind of rise to that occasion. I think they have some time. I mean, like I said, the moments here in the chart haven't really happened yet. But I do think they're getting a lot of creative juices right now and inspiration. And I think that's what else? Maybe they were stuck at home during the coronavirus, but I mean, I guess everyone was. But it probably involved some kind of changes at home when it struck. Probably to a greater degree than other people. But yeah, I think this person needs to. I mean, yeah, they probably are a bit shy as well. And they probably spent, like I said, have spent a lot of time learning knowledge, and they're shy about it. They're shy about expressing all the things that they know. But as they gain more confidence in expressing their knowledge, they'll become more forceful and assertive about it because they spent more time doing it and doing it more in private and working behind the scenes.
Does this chart predict me being on BTR one day? Well, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, you're on BTR right now.
Yeah, when you think about it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Actually, if you want to, I can send you a link and you can, yeah, we did this before. I have no idea why I didn't think of doing this right now. Actually, Michael, why the
Do you have
fuck are we?
time, or maybe
I mean,
we're
I could just
keeping-
What are you sending me?
as you're finishing this up, I'm just gonna send him the Zoom link right now. Come on in and just tell Michael what you think. While Michael's,
yeah. Is he willing to do that? I mean,
yeah, I have no idea. I just sent you
I'd
the
love-
Zoom
I'd
link
love
right
to-
now. Yeah, I just sent
I'd
you the
love to
Zoom
hear from
link.
the Sneedicus if he's
Yeah.
willing.
Yeah, so just check Twitter. I sent you the Zoom link. So go in there, open
What's
it right
his
up.
Twitter?
I don't know if he. I would rather not, just for privacy's sake. But
Oh.
I sent it to. I sent
Like
it to
I
his
said, I
Twitter.
think he's a bit shy, so watch out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, that is happening, and I also want to issue a reminder to let's see who else here, to Symbologist. You did not send the birth time. So you sent the rest of the stuff in the chat. Please send me the birth time right now, just so I can input that in for later. All the people, by the way, who sent in $20 or more, you guys are going to have a group private reading with Michael in the weeks ahead. We're going to work out a time that works for everybody, and we're just going to have a thing on Zoom. But anyway, Symbologist, once again, please send your birth date in, because birth time in, because that is something that I mean, like we said before, it's important. Here we go. He's coming in. I want to make sure that, well, that's not exactly doxing the name, right? So, I mean, it's not really a name. It's more of a phrase. But either way, let me close the screen real fast, because this is how dedicated I am to people's privacy, by the way. So let me close this. Hold on. Is it that? Here we go. Okay. I just closed it temporarily. I'm bringing him in.
I just wanted
yeah.
to say, by the way, a large number of celebrities have their birthdays and birth time public.
Oh, sorry. I'm not muted. Oh.
No.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
So, you know, birthdays are public for a lot of celebrities, so it's not like someone could like ruin your life if they have your birthday. Just FYI.
That's fine. Just as long as they don't know where I was born, it's not a big problem.
Yeah. All
I
right.
think people
So
can guess though with that accent, but yeah.
Oh, come on.
By the way, is
your
wait, your avatar? It reminds me of it reminds me of Might and Magic, or like Heroes 2 of Might and Magic, something like that. Am I close? Am I on the money here?
I mean, I've not played the games, but I've heard of them. I think you're right. Yeah, I've seen the
All
set
right.
Steam Touch reviews of them. So
There we go. So yeah, what do you think about what Michael said?
I mean, I don't want to go into specifics, obviously, but it's very, very accurate. I was quite taken aback by it, to be honest.
Oh man.
Especially when you're talking about getting all the ideas for the creative stuff. I'm thinking about a lot of that sort of stuff recently. It's just, you know, it's just profound, honestly. It's just crazy to have that said to me, you know?
well, yeah. So I guess like so first off, like I said, I do think that the creativity here has the potential to make money.
You think?
Yeah. Because
That's a first. My experience.
Okay, Gio, you'll make it one day, bro. You'll make it one day.
Oh, yeah. What type of the type of creativity you mean is important?
well, I mean, it doesn't say like what kind of creativity, but it does definitely say that that the creative. Well, first off, there's tremendous creativity in general, but it's very deep creativity. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's very it's like transformational creativity, if you will. The willingness to go to the depths and kind of go where other people were not willing to go. So if it like an analogy would be if in order to make this art, you had to go to the bottom of the ocean to make like bottom of the ocean art. Like that's what you would do.
Or even just
Better
like
go buy
maybe
some swimming goggles then. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. so
but not just like art per se, but maybe like even business or leadership or something like that, like some kind of creative solution for something maybe.
So like there's a sense of combining elements in order to like kind of like the way that, you know, like male and female combination leads to a birth. Like it's that type of
something new is arising from it.
Yeah. So he's doing a lot of that, and he's doing that in a place where he can make money from it, or where the house of money is involved. But the challenge is to do so like up against the kind of transcendent. So so on one hand, like you want to make something that, again, there's creativity, but then you also have to, it's hard to make things that are creative but also transcendent at the same time. Like not just like a work of art, but something that's like inspires, like bigger than yourself, kind of.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so instead of just making art just to make art, to make something that's like timeless and something that is like channeling the gods, if you will. So there's a challenge to do that. And you're trying to square out the sense of transcendence, but also or maybe like something that's bigger than you, but then also just your ability just to create. But I think that like you have this tremendous focus, the ability to really just focus on a task and like lock in, if you will. So this is not like a ADD chart. This is a sit down. You're gonna sit there for 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever, and you're really gonna get into it.
Well, when it's something I enjoy, at least, I fully agree with you.
Yeah, so when you lock in your mode, like you're locked in. Yeah. And so you want to go to those, that's what I'm saying. That's when you want to go to those depths. And I think you really have the capability to do that. But the thing is,
Michael.
Yeah, but the thing that there's a lot going on here, like I said, in terms of knowledge. So I'm curious about your sense of knowledge, or like your learning sense, or like what your belief in like universal principles might be, like what your universal principles might be. Something
they're sort of still forming, to be honest. I haven't really read enough to have a full opinion on everything. Obviously, I have opinions, but I don't consider myself to know enough to have opinions strong enough to really express, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so I'd say
that's never stopped anyone before.
Well, I mean, you're a bit young, but I think that you definitely want to develop your sense of knowledge with this chart.
Holy fuck, bro! I remember the year you were born. I feel like an old man now. Holy crap!
Yeah, you boomers remember the turn of the millennium, huh?
Yeah. It was a great year, actually.
And you already have this thick accent about you, so there we go. Good job, good genes right there. So
I feel like a boomer now.
By the way, for anyone's notes, I mean, you can see. Oh wait, I can't say what year he was born, but
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll say that. So you see the Saturn up here? It's opposite the Pluto. It's almost exactly opposite. So a year before this was 9/11, and this was exactly opposite this. So you can see how this stuff happens when we do predictive. So it's almost like he's born in the shadow of 9/11, if you will.
Yeah.
His whole generation was.
Yeah, it's so weird. You guys didn't experience that shit. That is so bizarre.
You'll never know the 90s.
So even though you weren't there for 9/11, there's a sense of that you were born like after destruction.
You only had to wait a few years. No, I'm not going to say because that'll kind of dox your location. So the other event that happened after the
So what I'm saying is, I'm only saying this because of how prominent the relevant aspect is in your chart. Is you might want to think about, like, it's almost like as if you were born. Like, a way to think about it is like there was like a great war, and then you were born like after the Great War. And that's part of your personality to like grow up in this wasteland shadow of like things were destroyed and like, oh man.
It reminds me of the lyrics from a Queen song, Hammer to Fall. I don't know if you're a Queen fan or not, Sneed, but it goes like, for we who grew up tall and proud in the shadow of the mushroom cloud, convinced our voices can't be heard. We just want to scream it louder and louder and louder. So there we go. I don't know.
That is kind of fucked up. That like when you think of Zoomers, like they up until recently, like they basically like lived through they've never known a time where there wasn't like the Iraq or Afghanistan war till now. Whereas like when we were kids, like I don't know, it's when you sort of like vaguely remember the 90s, even if you're a little kid, it was just. It kind of was like a magical period in human history. I don't know, depending on where you were, of course. But like,
yeah. Well, look, Gio, if we're lucky, we can get reincarnated back in the '90s, and we can
I'd love that.
we can bang some sexy ladies with full bushes. You know, back when they used
you mean
to.
the '70s, Lev? That's
No, they still had it early '90s.
yeah, and then
so.
they still had it. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, final. Yeah.
So wait, can Sneedicus, are you willing to tell us about like what kind of art you're working on?
I mean, vaguely, because I have a lot of ideas, but it's quite rare that I'll sort of formulate them into something definite, if that makes sense. But I write a lot. I've been thinking about a stupid little animated show. But the thing is, I can't draw. I don't really have much skill about animation and such. I'm trying my best to learn how to do it even if it's in a scuffed way, you know?
Wait, sorry to interrupt, but have you looked at Richard Williams' animator Survival Kit?
I haven't actually.
Okay,
Once
I'm going
again,
to send...
not knowing how to draw has never stopped current animators right now. So.
Yes, but this I think is a very key book. I'm sure you can you can buy the book or you can get the DVD. Yeah, you could find a torrent of it. I'm pretty sure. But here is the
no. I totally disagree with Lav. I totally disagree.
All right, but anyway, here is the
I would start with an actual like drawing book that has some form of anatomy, and then I would go to like a specific, like an animator specific, like I would learn like the actual plastic arts first before I would think about animating or like any sort of digital
I'm not a furry artist. Sorry, to confirm in chat, I'm not a furry artist. All right, that's just not true. That's slander.
Yeah. Oh,
that's libel.
So for what it's worth, this chart is less of like someone who draws well, and it's
Believe
more.
Me, that's right.
It's more of a storyteller chart, and
there you go.
And I would maybe stories of transformation or personal development and stories of the truth, stories of the real.
Yeah. Transformation. Man turns into furry werewolf. Personal development.
Man
that werewolf
turns into furry, and he loses connection to his family and the reality outside of his apartment. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Imagine if Metamorphosis was a furry. Oh, I gotta tweet that. The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka, but it's a furry.
Yes.
But yeah, you need a certain baseline of technical skill, obviously, because you need to draw something. But I would say the part that you excel at would be from the creative aspect, the storytelling aspect, and like the knowledge aspect.
Oh, and look at this comment from Jugs. Definitely could be a storyteller with that silky accent. So everybody loves your accent.
There you go.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you, Jugs, for
like the Uberboyo accent.
For pitching me in.
Oh, anytime,
no
anytime,
problem, my friend.
So okay.
For example,
yes.
So one more thing. So South Park, right? So the animation of South Park is terrible, but obviously, it's one of the greatest shows on TV for a reason because of the themes that it explores. So I would go more in that direction with this chart that you have here. Yeah.
There are shows with way shittier animation too, which is like I grew up watching, which is hilarious.
Squidbillies, 12-ounce mouse.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
My best friend at the time, he fucking hated it. Like he's like, Gio, why do you watch this show? Oh man.
You remember producing Parker? That was a nice looking show.
Well, I guess like home movie became like quite popular, like among people who actually like animation.
And also I have intel from the animation community that the old school animation community, not these new pretenders to the throne, but the producers of the Total Drama Island series, like they were like all into like all the Rule 34 that everybody was making of the show.
Oh God!
They loved the fact that people were doing that.
The Goth Girl did do a number on my generation, so I can't really can't blame them.
Man,
Anything else on Sneedicus?
No, I think we're good. I don't know,
I think we're
unless
good.
Anything you want to ask while you're on the line, Sneedicus?
Nothing comes to mind really.
Okay.
I think
when
a
you're
lot
in
of
a
questions
position
have
to take a leadership role, do it. Just put it that way.
Yeah,
I will.
It'll
Yeah.
come later, but
Yeah.
right now keep working on your art, keep trying to give it form. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
there we go. All right, Sneedicus, thank you so much for coming in. I really
No
appreciate it.
problem. Thank you all for keeping me. Yeah.
Everybody,
Gio, you are looking magnificent this
Oh,
evening.
thank
let me
you.
tell
Thank you. Oh,
Right, thanks
man.
everybody.
thank you.
Have a good one, man.
Take
too.
care. So, final one of the day here. And by the way, we have a Kron Kings $10. Kron Kings, if you want a private group chat later on, like in the week, where we're going to go through the rest of the people who did not make it to the live one right now, the limit is $20. You send in $10, and I'm really, really appreciative of that. But if you send in the something to make it like $20 at least, then you're going to be able to be within that zone. But anyway, just throwing it out there, and once again, big thank you. So finally, we have Symbologist, and Michael. He was born at 2 p.m. I don't know if I sent you the thing, so I'm going to send it to you one more time.
Send it over, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here it is. Everything all in one piece. This is for Symbologist. Man, that was a very nice back and forth with Symbologist and Sneed.
Yeah.
We gotta have more of that on
bidding war.
BTR. Yeah, indeed. So there we go. All right.
Oh, again, I remember this day. I was in like grade 4 here, so like, oh man.
Let's see.
I was probably
What,
thinking about Halloween actually around this day when he was born.
what other Canadian shows existed around that? Was Code Lyoko, was that a Canadian show?
I think
Or was
so.
that a French one? I think Totally
There was a
Spies
bunch of
was
other
French.
ones. Like there was, oh god. Well, Ed, Edd n Eddy started off as Canadian, didn't it?
Yes.
this guy's right on the cusp,
Man.
Mr.
Oh, I think I can guess just by where he's born what type of personality he is. I hate to say it. Fuck.
Ooh la la, wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. I love that.
Where's me mama?
Wee wee wee. I love the hockey.
I wonder
wee
what's
wee
French.
wee.
I wonder what's French Canadian for I grew up without a mother.
Oh God. Well, I mean, I guess we could get into that.
Oh, I
Oh,
guess
man.
so if you look at this chart. Oh boy. Okay, lay it on us, baby.
All right,
All
so
right,
this
let's
is
do it.
the Symbologist. Well,
Yes.
of course he's into symbols because he's a Scorpio. I mean, Scorpio, again, it's a sign of depth. It's a sign of psychology. It's a sign of transformation. So, and the other thing here would be, so actually, because I just saw two people like this, assuming that the time is accurate here. This person has their heart on their sleeve. So either they're very nice and very soft, or they're very sensitive, one or the other. But and the other thing is, because they have the moon and Mars together, they're very reactive, emotionally reactive. So I feel like this person is always getting triggered. They're always getting triggered, but hopefully they can. But they're triggered, but they're not triggered in such a way that's like a sappy triggered. It's like their emotions are very like contained. So it's almost like their emotions are contained, but at the same time they're very like sensitive. So it's kind of like one way to put it be like someone that looks mean but is a lot nicer than you thought they would be like an example. Yeah. Now, because they're a Scorpio in the ninth house, they're definitely a conspiracy theorist. So they're, they're willing. They spend a lot of time digging in for knowledge, Yeah, yeah. Now, one of the main themes in this chart is the influence over groups of people versus the ability for them versus the desire for them to express their individuality or their creative expression. So I would say that they have a lot of charisma in groups of people, but maybe they would like to create something that is their own rather than being sucked into groups of people all the time. So so for example, if you have a party and you throw out this big party and all these people are there to see you, but then at the same time you haven't really personally expressed anything, like that's kind of the polarity here. So let's see. So so it's a lot of this is how can they create something without being overwhelmed by the group. Like, now another thing is this person is very familiar with like turning points. So they're very familiar with living in like an extreme time, if you will. Like they were like they're very familiar with, you could say, crumbling empires. That might be one way to say it.
Oh yeah.
So so this person is quite intelligent. So they can very effectively use their communication in their mind. And if you speak to them, like I said, it's almost like the personality that they have is almost like a pleasant bureaucracy, if that makes sense. So if you go to the DMV, it's like an unpleasant bureaucracy, but this is like, it's almost like our personality is like very formal on the surface or very rules bound on the surface, but at the same time is like it like I said, there's like a soft sensitivity behind it. Now, so I think that so this person has like a unique identity, and I think they're likely to express it with some kind of writing or some kind of communication. Yeah, definitely some kind of communication. A theme for this chart would be the use of language.
Yeah, there's a strong linguistic ability.
Yeah. But he works pretty hard at the linguistic ability.
Well, and also I just want to stress that symbologist, if you want to say anything on the stream, if you want to ask anything to Michael vocally, let me know where I could send you a link to the Zoom call. So just throwing that out there.
It's interesting. What I'm reading here is, it's almost like the people in his life, he associates himself with those people. So he has like a very strong, I guess you could say, empathy, where they're like who they are and who he is. He's able to like merge them. So, and because he does that, yeah, there's like a strong interlink between him and in the relationships in his life, where it's almost like those relationships are himself. So there's a very tight bond between his relationships and himself. Like, yeah. Or he sees himself through his relationships. So it's like he see like the people in his life are like a mirror for him seeing himself.
What data is this based on? What am I looking?
Based on what?
Based on what?
I don't know. I'm just reading what it says.
No, but
it was a
from what I understand, it's not like the stars themselves send some kind of life force into people. It's more like the stars are set up in a certain way that basically like there is a certain order to the universe, and the stars are just like a guide to figuring out that order based on their positions. It's not like the stars themselves affect the person. It's more like it's just a way to tell what is going to happen, right? Am I getting it right?
So whenever I talk about what I think the scientific basis of astrology is, what I will say is I think consciousness is fundamental, and therefore the universe is a reflection of consciousness. So it's not that the planets affect it, it's not that the planets affect your consciousness, is that the planets are a reflection of what your consciousness is. So okay, so
and Symbologist says, yeah, lots of points are right on. Symbologist, please like contact me on Twitter or wherever, or on Discord, wherever I could send you a DM with the Zoom link. Okay. So
yeah, so there's also a strong, like, his ability to work long hours is pretty pronounced here, by the way, because Mars in Capricorn, and it's on the moon in Capricorn, and it's close to the surface. So this is someone who's like ready, willing, and able to do the work. The intellect, like I said, and the communication is really strong here. So there's one part of him that has to work really hard and has to put in a lot of effort, but I don't think or maybe less so, that the intellect is more of like a talent that he was born with. So maybe it's that his intellect is strong and he had to work on the communication aspect. So yeah, there's probably like one part of that is natural, and the other one that he had to work on. But yeah, definitely a powerful force in groups of people, like I said. And I think he likes art that takes place in a real context. So
realism,
yeah. So it's like pleasant, it's like really pristine art, but it's like, for example, like what's his name? Who's that street artist guy?
Banksy?
Yeah,
Banksy.
so like something like a Banksy, where it's art, but it's like in the real world art.
like installation art.
Yeah. So he
like
likes
Richard Serra.
And he also likes relationships that take place in a real context. So it's almost like we found love in a hopeless place, like that kind of statement, but in this chart. So
Nice.
yeah, so he wants to have, so
So he could be a writer of of trashy romance novels. I'm taking in here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
There you
he can
go.
do really well with that. He definitely, like I said, I feel like this person feels like he's always under a lot of pressure. Like there's some kind of dark force, I guess you could say. Like it's almost like being aware of interacting with, like, the dark forces of nature are always at bay. So it's kind of like you're going up, like, we live in civilization, but the awareness that, if there weren't certain rules in place, like, people could just turn into murderers and kill each other, and like descend into chaos. Like it's always like, it's like a kind of subtle awareness of that he has present in his life.
That things could just flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could turn real.
Yeah. That things could get real, like that. Groups of people can get real fast. That like maybe they can turn into like hysteria and like, oh, we're gonna burn the witch kind of situation. But I will say that this person, like if you go and you ask them for help, they will definitely help you. Like they're nurturing almost in a like they'll help you with your work or help you with practical things or help you get your shit together. Might be a word. Yeah. Oh, my big five is his openness, why is this conscientiousness is kind of low.
Symbologist says over here, to give cues, my big five is, I don't know what this is, 0.98. C,
agreeableness
50.
is 50, and then neuroticism is 26.
What is agreeableness?
I'm surprised that the conscientiousness is so low. I wouldn't really. I'm not really sure. I would say this is
agreeableness below like I don't know.
No, I don't think this the agreeableness. I don't think this is a high agreeableness chart. It's kind of neutral. So, what else would I say here? Yeah, so I wonder if this person can create something for large group consumption. Yeah, and I'm curious how they will use their mind and their communication skills. But yeah, I don't know. Any I was just curious if he has any questions based on what I said so far.
Yeah, I wonder.
Symbologist, let us know if you have any questions.
Lisa, do you have any peer-reviewed studies to fuck?
Peer-reviewed studies of what?
No, she's just making a joke about astrology. Do you have any peer-reviewed studies? I'm like, fuck.
I'm actually working with a data scientist and a statistician, and so we did a test yesterday. We actually had a meeting yesterday, and it was interesting because basically they would show me random charts and then have me select when I thought the most influential moment was. And it was interesting. They showed me a chart of Katharine Hepburn, and I went to 1950 to 1952, and turns out on Wikipedia there's like a literal section that says like 1950 to 1952 was like her most influential years. And I was like, but it's not so exact. Like I guess, it was very interesting that I picked that. Like I was like surprised. But we were kind of coming up with an algorithm which I think might be able to shed some light on how we would empirically test this thing. But it's certainly challenging, I'll tell you that. So he says great ambition. So that's the ambition is the Capricorn. So it's funny in a jester type fashion. So that's probably the Pluto and Sagittarius opposite the Saturn, because Sagittarius is jester, but he's also, like I said, he's got the air stuff. So so wait, what is he saying? Top of your brain? What do you mean?
Are you writing this, or is this out of the top of your? I would take anything that Lisa Boat says with levity for the most part. Let's put it that way. Yes.
No, my future for the price of a McRib.
Oh, finally. Okay, so $10 from Croin kicks.
Groin kicks.
Okay, you got me, he says. Okay, so that's basically, that has to do with getting into the coveted spot from $10 to now, let's see, $20. Yeah, so right there, right at the limit for our private session.
So my comment for symbologist would be, he has great ambition, but when he achieves the ambition, I feel like he'll have a difficulty trying to be selfish. Like, he would not be good at like hoarding his wealth for himself. Because like when people come and ask for him for help, like he will find ways to help them with his ambition.
And by the way, for those who have not figured out, Lisa Bode is a play on words. Michael, do you know what the play on words is there? Lisa Bode?
No,
Lease
I'm
a
not
boat.
I'm not as clever as symbologist.
Lease a boat.
Yeah, lease a boat.
Lease a boat?
Lease a boat. Leasing a boat. Take it for a fishing trip, like Tony Soprano did with Big Pussy. Do you remember?
Yes.
Remember, Jeff?
So when he says religious symbolism, so first off, Scorpio is symbolism. The religious is the Pluto and Scorpio, exactly opposite his Saturn in Gemini. And psychoanalysis is also Scorpio. So, but when the fact that there's so much Capricorn, essentially it tends to translate. I mean, I know this because I'm Capricorn ascendant. It's really just like if you have a crazy idea that you'll put it in a form that is palatable and like, you won't seem like a crazy person. Like you have your shit together is basically what Capricorn is about, is being official, being an authority. So someone who has like an Aquarius ascendant or Pisces ascendant, they're more okay being like crazy people. But with this, even if you have these deep ideas and like you want to make it part of the establishment, like you buy it, it's a book, it has an official publisher, like that kind of stuff. So that's but yeah, so symbologist has a strong connection to the emotional state of himself and other people. So yeah.
Excellent. And you know what else keeps your shit together? Fiber.
What? Fiber?
Yeah. Keeps your shit together.
Fiber. Yeah.
Oh man.
So symbologist, you should think of goals and like essentially like the activity for this chart is to like think of goals, like big goals, and then achieve them, like climbing mountains. I always think these things are very abstract. Geminis are not crazy. They just move their hands a lot.
So basically, they're Italians.
Yeah. Oh, how should I deal with? He asked, how should I deal with illness in my life? How to deal with illness in your life? I'm not sure I could like. Okay, well, maybe focus on your eating habits. I mean, yeah, I feel like maybe have discipline about what you eat. Okay, anyway. Yeah. So I think we're
fiber probably helps there too.
Yes. Right. So I think we're good here. Anything else on the symbologist?
Well, I'm gonna see if symbologist writes anything down because he did not come in here. Although it would be good to hear his accent. That's the one regret I have about this stream. I love the French Canadian accent. One of my best friends is French Canadian, and also I really like the French Canadian singer Garou. Gio, do you know Garou?
I've heard of the name, I think.
He played the Hunchback in Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he did that song Belle. It's a very popular song.
I think
Nostradamus, Notre Dame. Completely different character.
I think Matthew Lewis might have it backwards because Leo is the star and Aquarius is the audience. But maybe Aquarius is more original than Leo is. Leo is just loud.
Yeah, like a lion, roaring. Yeah.
I think Leo would do a lot better at posting on social media and getting people to look at them. But Aquarius is probably more actually interesting than Leo is.
And Symbologist says he's been keto for 2 years.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so he's got the discipline on the eating already. So yeah, I don't know what you're asking me because I mean, if you're eating keto, you got that discipline. I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean,
Also,
and by the, I don't really know what his health habits are, but I'm looking at his moon, and moon is essentially your eating habits, and it's in Capricorn, and Capricorn is discipline. So he's definitely seems like he's applying that. For what it's worth, he's got Jupiter in his 6th house, which 6th house is health. So I don't know if I would jump on the health issues here, but I mean, let me know. Anyway, so I guess next chart.
Well, no, that's pretty much it for right now, because that's the limit. I don't want to hold you over. Although now I feel kind of like an asshole since you said next chart. I might as well have thrown another one in. But I don't know, Michael.
We've been doing this for 4 hours now.
Yeah, so I want to.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we could always reconvene at another time.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're gonna do. So the people who are left right now, which is CMG Links, Hopper, and Croin Kicks, they're gonna have a private reading afterwards. And I have a special thing that I want to leave for because I noticed that he's a fan of Guru as well. He says Guru, ha 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 ha. That means that he's a fan of Guru, Symbologist. So here's what I want to say. Will the birds they put in cages ever ride upon the wind? Will the children life outrageous ever learn to love again? I lived my life like a swallow. I arrived here with the springtime. All the little streets I'd follow. All the gypsy songs were mine. Where's my friend who rings the church bells? Where are you, my Quasimodo? They will hang me as the light swells. You can break these bars, I know. Esmeralda, have you left me? Do you hide yourself away? I have counted every hour. I have missed you every day. Have you left upon a journey with your handsome shining soldier, with no marriage taking love free, like the gypsy girl you are? Have you died out in the small streets with no prayer to get to heaven? There's a priest who counts your heartbeats. If he comes near, you must run. You remember at the street fair when they hurt me on the great wheel, when you begged I gave you water, at your feet I had to kneel. On that day our friendship started. It will last as long as we live. Once together, never parted. All we have to give, we'll give. Will the birds they put in cages ever ride upon the wind? Will the children life outrageous ever learn to love again? All right. There we go.
Oh, you did the whole thing.
The whole thing.
Oh, God.
I think I mistook. I thought Esmeralda was singing the second line.
Start
Okay.
making memes now of that.
Yeah. Make like a remix of that. But Thursday we have a great stream coming up. Friend of the show.
No, Gio, she can't make it this Thursday. Shit, I want to tell you. We're going to have to...
fuck.
I know, every single time, right? Anyway, we're going to have to reschedule. We are rescheduling with her. Right now, I am working on getting...
What are we going to do for Thursday? We got to have some emergency backup.
Yes. I think it's going to be Metaphor Man. I think it's either going to be Metaphor Man or it's going to be David Reboy. I'm going to have to see. I'm in communication with them right now, so let's see what happens, because we may do a stream about the Dark Winter that's coming up. So, God, Jug said, yeah, someone clipped that. I do not have professional singing at all, if you can tell, by the way. So, that was pretty bad as far as the actual
I'm
harmony
taking you to karaoke now.
Oh God. Oh
Oh.
Lord.
You've inspired me.
Oh no. God help me
Lev's
now.
dream is to be in Tokyo and go to a karaoke bar in Japan.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
In Roppongi, that's his dream.
I just want to see what Symbologist says. Let's see. This Symbologist. Any thoughts on my Quasimodo impression? Okay. Anyway, this is the end of the stream. I want to thank everybody for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. We are at 7,128. What? No, we got to get more people right now.
the
Subscribe.
goal is to get to
yes.
10K by the end of at least by January next year.
Yes, more like
I mean like 2022 on New Year's we want to have 10K. That's our
Yeah.
goal.
more like okay, never mind. Okay. Never,
What were we gonna say?
I don't even remember now, Gio. I'm too tired.
Well, I'm hungry and I gotta go. So yeah,
Yes.
my mind is mush. It's been 4 hours.
It's
Yeah.
been 4.
I can't believe you got into a Keith Woods on air. Holy fuck.
That was a lot
That
of
was
fun.
amazing.
Yeah. No, look. I mean, I am very open about how I feel about these
Uber
things.
Shabo's Goyle. I'll never forget that. Uber Shabo's Goyle. Uberboyo. Uber Shabo's Goyle. That was intense. Anyways, we gotta go. What I meant was on Thursday we were gonna have Mary Harrington, but she had to reschedule. She keeps
Yes.
set 2 fucking times already.
It's
She
okay.
wanted to talk to me about Heidegger,
All
but
good
I guess
things.
I don't know. She's busy, so
All good things come to those who wait. We're gonna have Styx, Hex, and Hammer 666 debating Jess Deloach.
Jessica Deloach.
Lisa Bode fucked me up. Jessica Deloach, who used to work for Pete Buttigieg's campaign. That's gonna be a very interesting time.
Pete Booty Man.
Yeah, but the booty man himself. Okay, so we're pretty much done. Everybody subscribe. Patreon.com/break the rules. Follow me on Twitter, by the way. Twitter.com/.
No, Keith was stream sniping our chat, and so Lev got into it with him a little bit. So yeah.
Here we go.
And don't forget, if you want a reading, hit me up.
Yes.
ScottoMJ@gmail.com. As always.
Lev will share the.
Yep.
He charges a fair rate.
I just have to do it in such a way as to. Here we go. I'm putting it in the chat, but obviously I'm putting it in such a way that you're not gonna get spammed.
Yeah, you just copy and paste it pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we go. All right, guys, this is it. This is the end of the stream. Once again, I'm saying it for the 5th time. Thank you so much for watching. A lot of fun. The great Michael Scotto delivers, as always. This is it. I'm just searching for, you know me with the buttons. It's never when you need it. But, yeah. Follow us on Odyssey, by the way. All the people who are watching right now,
That's
go
our
to
backup channel.
Yes, we got to get the numbers up on Odyssey.
And we stream on Odyssey.
Yes, nice. You'll see all the links in the description to Odyssey and everything else. So anyway, guys, thank you so much.
Oh, last call.
Yes.
Go check out Thamestar's channel. I'm on there with him and Joel Davis. We're talking about that one book essay by Louis Althusser, Ideological State Apparatuses.